Get started at any time.
Thank you, and welcome to Blooh, where educators bring live astronomy into their classrooms to inspire and engage their students in the study of space and earth sciences. Now, students and members use Blooh's live telescopes in the Canary Islands, Chile, and Australia to capture images of celestial objects that they use in our unique curriculum aligned quest learning activities. And now students can peer back at Earth using orbiting satellites and our Earth science learning activities to study our home planet, geology, geography, environmental science, and space situational awareness. But tonight, we're using our telescopes located at the Chile Observatory to watch a spectacular lunar event. It's a blood moon total lunar eclipse. But taking center stage tonight, we have some marvelous feeds from a few of our members in North America. Huge thanks to all of them and to Gretchen Bickert, who is running the Star Party tonight and actually is also bringing us this live view of the moon. Now, I'm Paul Cox, your host this evening, and together with our expert and special guest, and my goodness, we've got some special guests tonight, we are going to be learning about the moon and the lunar eclipse. And throughout the show, this is a really exciting bit for me tonight. Throughout the entire show, we're going to be featuring entrants to our Lunar Legends contest with some amazing entries, including songs, poems, models, and science projects, all related to the moon. And during the total phase of the lunar eclipse, Anna Paolucci is going to be joining us to announce the winners, but you're going to see some of the others throughout as well. Now, before I invite our first guest, let's take a quick step through our live feeds. We're going to be bringing Chile online very shortly. In the next 15 minutes. Unfortunately, the Canary Islands is clouded out tonight. Australia is going to come online right at the very end of the eclipse. So we've got about half an hour or something of Australia right at the end. So that's going to be exciting to see that. Now, don't forget, Blooh members. In fact, Gretchen, I don't know if we've got any of the other feeds that we can take a quick look at. So come on and tell us where these are from.
Okay, this is John Larson, and he is in Omaha.
Nice one, John. Thank you very much.
And this is Stephen coming to us from Florida.
Wow.
And
Okay.
we have another one in Nebraska. It's not quite on just yet. So for
Okay.
now, it's three of us. And you can see there's lots of wind all over
Yeah,
the.
everybody was suffering from that tonight. Now let's hop back to your feed, because where is your feed coming from, Gretchen?
My feed's coming from Mesa, Arizona.
Okay. And we are very hopeful that we're going to see that moon turn a delicious red color. I always
Oh,
think
yeah.
it's more peach, but we'll maybe talk about that a little bit later. Now, if you are a Blooh member and you're watching on the Blooh website, then you're able to snap images from this live feed, and you're going to be able to use those images that you've captured for the special quest learning activity that we've got about these. And you can. This is what Blooh members do every single night. They capture images from our live telescopes of the moon, the planets, stars, star clusters, galaxies, and nebulae. And as I say, you're going to be able to use it. We're going to hear all about that quest a little bit later on, but you're going to be able to use that to create a wonderful poster of the eclipse. Or if you're really feeling up to it, you can use our quest animation tool and turn the whole thing into a time lapse. And that's going to be quite exciting. Now, our live feeds are going to be available until the very end of the eclipse, and we're going to be hosting this show until the end of the total lunar eclipse phase. So we got lots to look forward to. Now, I mentioned special guests, but what are we going to talk to everybody about? Well, we're going to be joined by Anna Paolucci later, who manages Blooh's education partnerships. She's going to be telling us more about the Lunar Legends contest and announcing it's the most successful contest we've ever run. It's absolutely brilliant. And announcing the winners, as I said, during the total lunar eclipse phase. Dr. John Bovair, our director of curriculum, he's going to be explaining the different phases of the eclipse some of the strange names that full moons are called, lunar eclipse phenomena and lunar features. And this is a new one for me because I don't think we really have it over here in the UK. Pi Day. So John's going to be talking to us about Pi Day. He's also going to be showing us that Quest learning activity that he's written just for this particular quest. We've also got SLU educators Keith Wozaleski and Milton Villarol. They are going to be there already, actually, running our space science classes in English and Spanish. So if you haven't seen those, if you're a student out there and you want to learn a bit more about astronomy, they run every 2 weeks, but all SLU members can watch those. They can watch the recorded lessons. So if you haven't caught them yet, you can catch up on those. But they're going to be giving us tonight an Eclipse 101, explaining the peculiar phenomena of lunar libration. That's an interesting one. And Milton is also going to be sharing some lunar mythology and telling us about some archaeoastronomy as well. We're going to be joined by Misha, a student who's been using SLU to study space science, who gave a wonderful presentation during our last lunar eclipse star party. And we'll also have some group discussions as well about lunar missions and opportunities students have in the burgeoning space economy. We're going to welcome some special guests who entered our Lunar Legend Showcase contest as well. And at the end of the show, you can watch a special interview with SLU's inspirational newest member of staff, Marketing Associate Christina Ghetto. And don't forget, SLU members can join us in Zoom. I can already see there's wow, we got 34 of you in here. I know we got some Cosmic Girls, cosmicgirls.org have just joined SLU. So I know we got some of their students in here tonight. So that's going to be fun seeing you. But you can ask questions throughout the event. We'll try and keep up with those. Gretchen, please feel free to interrupt at any point if there are some questions. So we've got plenty to look forward to. Now, I'm going to hop off for a second. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Dr. John Bovair and Keith Wozaleski, and they're going to be talking about our Lunar Eclipse 101. So over to you, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you so much, Paul.
Thank you for
Welcome,
having me,
Keith.
Paul. Wonderful.
All right, so let's get into some Eclipse 101. So Keith, can you tell us what happens to the moon during a lunar eclipse?
Yeah, so when we have a lunar eclipse, what is a lunar eclipse is the big question. It is when the moon starts to pass through the shadow that's cast by the Earth. And this is a diagram that I newly created, Dr. John, off of one that you did. I always use this positional type of arrangement whenever I talk a planetary arrangement. Three major players here. We have the sun and we have the earth. Now, if anybody here has studied drawing or art or anything like that, we know that when you have a light source and you have a three-dimensional object like the earth, it is going to cast a shadow. And that is exactly what's happening here. The earth is casting a shadow out into space. Now, the moon orbits the earth in a counterclockwise direction. So it will eventually pass through this penumbral shadow, which is actually the phase that we're in now. Now, I know you're going to talk about this later, so I'm just going to talk about this briefly. But the Earth casts a very wide shadow. There's this fainter outer shadow and then the darker inner shadow. So as the moon makes its way around the orbit of the Earth, it's going to pass through these as it does so. The big thing here is a lot of people have asked me what phase is the moon going to be at for the eclipse. It is at full moon. It has to be at full moon because that's the time that we have this arrangement of sun, earth, and moon. That's the arrangement. When we talk about planets, we would call this an opposition, and that's pretty much the arrangement that we're in. Sun, Earth, Moon, Moon making its way in orbit around the Earth and gently passing through this shadow. Tonight, like I said, we're in the penumbral shadow. We will gradually make our way into the darker shadow and then come out the other side. The nice thing about lunar eclipses, which are one of my favorite events, is that they're a long, casual event. The moon moves about one moon's width an hour, so the Earth casts a very large shadow. So it takes time for this to happen. It's going to unfold gradually throughout the evening, so it's very exciting, I think. So that's basically, in a nutshell, what an eclipse is. We can go to the second slide. So we can think of it from looking at the three bodies from the North Celestial Pole. We could also think about looking at them from the side. So we talk about the eclipse condition. For that eclipse to occur, we have to, one, have a full moon, and two, we have to be in this line that we can draw between the Earth and the Sun. So when the moon passes into that line, that's when we have an eclipse. Now, there are times, because the moon's orbit around the Earth tilted at about 5 degrees, we don't have this perfect alignment. Sometimes we just enter into the penumbra and it never reaches the umbra, in which case we would have a penumbral eclipse. We're in the penumbral stage now. Because the moon is so bright and because the eye collects so much light, we don't really see a drastic change during a penumbral eclipse, especially when we look at it with the naked eye. Slooh telescopes, though, in the past do show some darkening during the penumbral phase of the eclipse, or even if it's just a penumbral eclipse by itself. It's also possible in the orbit of the moon that it kind of nicks the umbra, in which case we don't have totality at all. We have kind of a slight darkening of the moon, and that we would call a partial eclipse. And then, of course, we have the total eclipse, where we're directly in line, more or less, with the Earth and the Sun, and that's what we have tonight. And again, that line is important. Where the moon is in relation to that line between the Earth and the Sun will determine whether or not we even have an eclipse, and if we do, what type of eclipse we'll have, and how long it's going to last. Okay.
Okay. So it kind of looks like we should be having an eclipse almost every month. If an eclipse only occurs when the Earth is between the moon and the sun, why don't we get them every month? Like every time we have a full moon.
Yeah, we would think that. We have the full moon every month, but we have to meet the eclipse conditions. So if we watch this brief animation that I have loaded, we will take a look at what happens with the moon as it orbits around the Earth. And I've got two stills. So we can see the Earth orbits, the moon orbits the Earth. We see the Earth's shadow being cast. Lots of objects in space cast shadows. We see this with Jupiter. We see it with Saturn. With the moon, though, it has to be within that shadow that's cast by the Earth. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes it's above, sometimes it's below, and we have to wait for it to get into this position, part two of our eclipse condition, to be directly in that shadow that's cast by the Earth.
Okay.
So I have two slides left to show the above and below. So that's the slide. So there's a still. So you can see with this 5-degree tilt, sometimes the moon is below the Earth, sometimes it's above the Earth, like we see on the left. Sometimes the moon will be in the same plane as the Earth and the Sun, but it's to the side. So we see that in this diagram as well. So we have to have that arrangement where the moon is actually in the shadow cast by the Earth. One final slide for our Eclipse 101, and that is this arrangement. We have something that we call an eclipse season. So usually one eclipse is accompanied by another eclipse every 14 days or so. The moon takes 29 and a half days to go through its cycle of phases. So when the moon is in the eclipse position like it is today, we can expect it to be followed by a solar eclipse about 14 days later, which we are going to have. It's going to be a partial. And the eclipse season doesn't end there. And you can see why that is. If we're level and we're in that plane, there isn't going to be a huge deviation in that 5-degree tilt of the moon. It's going to be more or less in that plane for a little while, and 2 weeks is not that long of a period of time. So we have the solar eclipse that will follow the lunar eclipse, and if things hit itself just right, we could also even have a third eclipse in that same lunar month. I don't think we're going to see that now. In fact, I've never seen 3 eclipses in one eclipse season, but we are going to see a partial eclipse in about 2 weeks. Eclipses themselves also follow in cycles. We have an eclipse about every 6 months minus 4 days from what I remember. It's just shy of 6 months. So we have another eclipse to look forward to about 6 months from today. And after today, about 2 weeks for the solar eclipse. That will be a partial. That's off the coast of Nova Scotia, I think. So I don't know if we'll have telescopes that will see that, but it will happen.
Oh, that's amazing. I really like this diagram here. You can really see the two kinds of shadows that you were talking about with it.
Yeah, and the nice thing is, like I said, the Earth is always casting a shadow. We see this effect also on the planet Jupiter with the moons. The moons will cast a shadow upon the face of Jupiter.
Hmm.
We see it with Saturn. Even though Saturn is so far away, we will see the body of Saturn cast its shadow upon Saturn's rings. And of course, these are events that are all visible on the SLU telescopes. In fact, you need a powerful telescope like we have at SLU to be able to see some of the more distant shadow castings. But for right here, right now, this is what's happening, and it's an exciting event. I look forward to totality and for everyone else presenting. And I can't thank you enough, Dr. John and Paul, of course, for having me on today to talk about Eclipse 101.
I do have one more question for you.
Sure.
So why does the moon turn red during the total lunar eclipse?
Yeah, we hear this a lot in the press. Everybody likes to talk about the blood red moon. So what happens is there in slide 2, okay, we've got the live feed that Gretchen has shared with us. We are technically in the penumbral stage here. I don't know if I see any darkening or not. Do you?
I don't think I see any yet.
Yeah, I didn't see a before and after, so it's a little bit difficult to tell. But I know that you're going to walk us through the actual phases of what's going to happen as the eclipse unfolds. Why do we see red? The Earth, as it attracts and gets the light of the sun, will be broken down into its various components because the atmosphere acts like a prism. So when that happens, the light will shine through the shorter wavelengths of light, the cool end of the spectrum, blue, indigo, violet, will be reflected or refracted out into space. It will also make our skies blue. That's also part of the effect. That's a little bit of what's happening. As that's happening, the longer wavelengths of light, the warmer end of the spectrum, red, indigo, I'm sorry, red, orange, yellow, will sort of bend around the Earth. And that's what's reflecting off the surface of the moon. The moon always appears very bright when it's full to us, but it isn't actually very bright in reality. Its brightness level, its albedo is actually a lot lower than we would imagine. But it's bright enough to reflect this red, orange, yellow light. We hear blood red moon. It's really more of a peach color. That's kind of what we've come to call it here on SLU. But we'll see. We'll see how red it gets. I guess it depends on what the atmosphere is doing on this particular day and see what it filters out and what it bends around. We'll see actually what color the moon is. But that's what's happening. The moon is reflecting that light that's passing through the atmosphere of the Earth.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much for this Eclipse 101, Keith. Really appreciate having you on and teaching us the basics.
Happy to be here. Thank you, John.
So for this next segment, I'd like to welcome a very special guest to the Star Party. She's been using SLU for over 4 years now and is aspiring to study computer science and astronomy. So I expect we'll be hoping she comes to work at SLU, once she finishes her studies. But backed by popular demand is grade 12 student Misha.
Hi, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for calling me over here, John. Gretchen, thank you for the slide. So I'll get right into it. I'll be talking about myths and science related to lunar eclipses. Imagine a still night. The air is quiet, the sky vast and unbroken, and the moon serene and full, watching over the world like an ancient guardian. And then slowly a shadow creeps in. So the light dims, the moon, once brilliant, turns a haunting shade of red, like an omen written across the heavens. For centuries, people looked up in terror and wondered, was the moon wounded, devoured, a warning from the gods? So today, as Keith explained, we know this is a lunar eclipse. a celestial alignment where Earth stands between the sun and moon, casting its shadow upon the lunar eclipse. The lunar surface, red glow. That happens because Earth's atmosphere bends sunlight, scattering away blue light while letting only the deep red hues pass through, a phenomenon we like to call the blood moon or the peach moon. But before we had science to explain it, different cultures wove their own stories, tales of gods, monsters, and even cosmic battles that shaped the way humanity saw the sky. Pressing the fourth slide. The fourth one. So, in ancient Indian mythology, the story of lunar eclipse is actually quite interesting. It's about a tale of deception, vengeance, and an eternal chase. So, long ago, during the great churning of the ocean, called the Samudra Manthan, the gods and demons fought for Amrit, the nectar of immortality. So, Lord Vishnu, disguised as the enchanting Mohini, tricked the demons by giving the nectar only to the gods. But one demon called Swabhannu saw through this deception. So, he disguised himself as a god and he sat among them and sipped the divine nectar. Just as the liquid touched his lips, Surya, called the sun, and Chandra, called the moon, recognized the impostor and warned Lord Vishnu. Furious, Lord Vishnu hurled his Sudarshan Chakra, which is his weapon, severing Swabharnu's head from his body. Yet it was too late, since the nectar had already granted him immortality. So his head remained alive as Rahu, while his decapitated body became Ketu. So enraged, Rahu swore vengeance upon the sun and moon. Since he had no body to hold them, he could only swallow them for a fleeting moment before they slipped out of his severed neck. And so Rahu chases them across the sky, waiting for rare moments when he can grasp them in his jaws. But as he swallows, the moon escapes, giving us a lunar eclipse. The next slide, Pigeon. So India is not alone in its celestial fears. Across cultures, lunar eclipses were seen as battles between lights and darkness, life and destruction. So in Europe, vampires and blood moon. In old legends whisper that that red moon meant the veil between life and death was thin, and it was a night when vampires roamed freely, strengthened by the moon's eerie glow. Werewolves. Some myths claimed a lunar eclipse drove werewolves into uncontrollable frenzies, turning them into relentless hunters. China, the celestial dragon. In ancient China, people believed a massive dragon was devouring the moon. To drive it away, they banged drums and fired cannons into the sky. South America. The Incas thought a jaguar was attacking the moon. So if it was finished eating, it would come for them next. So they shouted and clashed weapons to scare it off. And in Norse mythology, the wolves Skoll and Hathi. In Norse myths, two wolves, Skoll and Hathi, chased the sun and moon. So a lunar eclipse meant Hathi had nearly caught the moon, a warning of chaos and destruction. So separated by time and distance, these stories all point to one thing, that humanity's deep-rooted fear of losing the light. While we now understand the next slide. So while we now understand lunar eclipses, the animals still don't. Many creatures rely on their moon for the survival, and when it vanishes, their world shifts. For nocturnal hunters like lions or bats, lions, which time their hunts with moonlight, often delay hunting during an eclipse, sensing something unnatural. Birds and insects, many fall silent or return to their nests, mistaking the eclipse for nightfall. Marine life like corals and fishes. Corals synchronize their spawning with the moon's cycles. When the moon disappears, it disrupts their reproductive patterns. Dogs and cats. Some pets become restless, perhaps sensing their own owner's unease or reacting to the sudden change in light. But it is a reminder that the cosmos does not move in isolation. Its rhythm shapes life on Earth in ways we are only beginning to understand. The next slide. So even today, despite science, myths linger in whispers and traditions. Food and water. Some cultures believe that food prepared during an eclipse becomes poisoned by negative energy, leading people to fast. Apocalyptic fears. With every blood moon, there is always doomsday predictions claiming that the world is ending, prophecies of chaos, and whatnot. Though we live in an age of knowledge, the shadows of ancient fears still stretch into the present. And so the moon returns, its light restored, as if awakening from a dream of shadow. For thousands of years, humanity has gazed up at the sky, seeing gods waging war, monsters lurking in the dark, and omens of fate. But what is an eclipse really? It is neither wrath nor prophecy. It is the quiet mathematical poetry of the universe in motion. The myths remind us that long before we had telescopes and equations, we had stories. And these stories, woven from fear, wonder, or even imagination, are a testament to something deeper. The human need to understand, to explain, to find meaning in the unknown. And perhaps then the greatest magic of a lunar eclipse is not the myths that surround it, but in the fact that even today it has the power to make us stop, look up, and wonder. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Misha. That was really amazing. I loved hearing about all of those different stories. It's fascinating that everybody thinks that there's some sort of celestial animal trying to get the moon. So out of all of those stories, which one is your favorite? If I put you on the
For
spot.
sure, the one related to vampires, because I think that's something I've believed since I was a kid, and it was the one which stood out the most, because I feel like pop culture still follows it.
Oh, that's great. I love that. Um,
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
well, thank you so much for coming on and good luck with your studies. Alrighty, so for this next segment, we're going to go over the different phases of the lunar eclipse. And so there are different phases, even though, when we hear the word phase, we typically think of the lunar phases. And of course, the one lunar phase, as Keith told us, lunar eclipses always happen during a full moon phase. But during an actual eclipse, lunar eclipse event, there's 7 stages of a total lunar eclipse, which which we're going to be experiencing tonight together. And so the first phase of a lunar eclipse is called P1 or first contact. It's the beginning of the penumbral eclipse, and it's what we're looking at right now. The moon is entering the outer shadow, which, as Keith taught us, is called the penumbra. And the change in the brightness of the moon is very subtle. The moon is going to look just a little bit dimmer than it normally does. We typically can't see this with our naked eye, and we would need telescopes like the ones that we're looking through now to see them. And I can kind of see that the moon is getting a little bit darker here. The Maria looks a little bit more um, towards the black than its normal grayish color. The rayed craters are really starting to pop out that are within the Maria. And so, first contact is when the penumbra touches the moon's outer limb. And it's called P1 because P is referring to the penumbra. Now, the second stage is called U1 or second contact. And marks the beginning of the partial eclipse. And this is when the moon begins to move into the Earth's inner shadow, the umbra. And this is when you start to see a dark bite being taken out of the moon. It'll look like a shadow that's growing over time. And so the second contact is referring to the umbra touching the moon's outer limb. The U is corresponding to umbra. And so that's going to be beginning at 5:09, which is in about 30 minutes from now. So we're going to be experiencing all of these phases together, like I said. Now, the next phase is called U2. This is the third contact. This is when the total eclipse or totality begins. The entire moon is now within the Earth's umbra. And instead of it going completely dark, it'll turn that reddish or peachish color because the Earth's atmosphere is bending some of the sunlight towards the shadow and causing all of the blues and violets to be scattered either away into space or back down onto Earth, causing the sky to be blue for places on Earth that are still in daylight. Now, after this phase is called maximum eclipse. This is the peak phase of the total lunar eclipse. This is when the moon is closest to the center of the Earth's umbra. And if you don't already know, that's going to be happening right around 6:58 UTC. So get ready for that. That's going to be the main event. And then after maximum eclipse phase, all of the phases basically happen in reverse order. U3 is the next one. This is when the total eclipse ends. This is when the moon starts to leave the umbra and sunlight begins to return to the surface of the moon. After this is U4. This is when the partial eclipse ends. This is when the last bit of the Earth's umbra finally moves off the moon, but the moon is still within the penumbra. And then the final stage of the total lunar eclipse is called P4. This is the ending of the penumbral eclipse. The eclipse is finally over at this moment, and the moon goes back to normal. Now, a lot of people wonder, when does the total eclipse phase begin? When does U2 begin? And this is going to happen when the last bit of the moon disappears. So right when the Earth's dark umbral shadow completely engulfs the moon, that's when the total eclipse phase begins. And each of these phases, they last kind of a long time. Each length of the phase depends on actually how the moon is moving through the Earth's shadow. So if you remember those really awesome animations that Keith was showing us, that the moon's orbital plane is tilted with respect to the Earth's plane. Sometimes the moon is only going to graze the umbral shadow. Sometimes it's going to go right through the umbral shadow. And depending on the geometry of where everything is going to determine how long the moon stays in each of these phases. Now, the partial eclipse phase can last about an hour, and totality, when the moon is entirely inside the umbra, usually lasts about an hour as well. For tonight's eclipse, the trajectory of the moon and where it's going to be compared to the umbra, the totality will last about an hour and 5 minutes. Now, another really awesome thing that Keith mentioned is the moon's going to be moving about a full moon's diameter in the sky during the entire event. And you may think that, wow, the moon is moving pretty slow, but actually the moon's moving pretty fast. The moon orbits about 2,300 miles per hour, which is about 3,700 kilometers per hour. But the moon is still pretty far away from us. It's about 400,000 kilometers, or about 250,000 miles. Oh, looks like we just saw something fly between the telescope and the moon there in the live feeds. I hope we all saw that. Maybe it was a bat or something. So the moon is moving, looks like it's moving pretty slowly across the sky, but really it's moving pretty fast. It's orbiting very quick. And so this is why, though, since the moon is very far away from us, this is why the eclipse takes a few hours to go through all of its phases. Now, another thing that I'd like to mention is the different names that we have for the full moon. Every month in the year has a full moon, and each of those full moons have a different name. And the March's full moon is called the worm moon. Now, where is the worm moon coming from? Well, the worm moon comes from Native American traditions that uses these moon names to mark seasonal changes. So as winter ends and spring begins, the ground starts to thaw out, which allows earthworms to start emerging from the ground. These worms attract birds and other animals, which is signaling to us humans that warmer weather and new life is about to begin. And so, why do moons have different names? Can we bring up slide 2, please? So, different cultures worldwide have a tradition of naming the full moons based on natural events and seasonal changes, which helps us keep track of time to plan our activities accordingly. See, we live in this age where we have calendars and clocks and these other technological devices that keep us in the know of what's going on and when. But back then, we didn't have that luxury. We had to use other things. We had to use nature to help us figure out what's going on and what's going to occur throughout the year. And so these full moon names helped us determine what we needed to do during the whatever time of year there happened to be a full moon. So this particular full moon is letting us know that, hey, it's going to be time to start growing crops again. It's going to be time to start going out into the fields. Winter is ending. And each of the full moons has a specific name associated to it, and the names were often inspired by the activities or natural occurrences that were prominent during that time of year. Now, these names of the full moons, they come from the Old Farmer's Almanac, which is an almanac that's been published continuously since 1792. And so these names come from the Native Americans, typically the Algonquin people, colonial Americans, and other traditional North American and European sources that have been passed down through the generations. However, these aren't the only names that the full moon has. If we can go to the next slide, I've compiled here a table of full moon names from various cultures around the world. Unfortunately, it looks like part of the table's cut off a little bit, but you can see what we have here. Some other names of the full moons for March. We have the Ojibwe that would call this moon the crow moon because the crows would start cawing more frequently as the winter ended. Maybe it's because their bellies are getting full off of worms. The Shawnee people, they named the moon the sap moon because this marks the time when the maple sap began to flow out of the trees. The Dakota called this moon the moon when eyes can see again, which I love this because it's referring to the fact that we're getting longer and longer daylight hours and are returning after the dark winter months. The Celts, they named this moon the plow moon, reminding them to start preparing their fields for new crops. But I think out of all these, my favorite is the Vietnamese because they also named the full moon the worm moon for the same reason that the Algonquin people did. Marking the return of the worms as the soil warms. So no matter the name, the worm moon is a reminder that spring is on its way, bringing longer days, blooming plants, and more active wildlife. And this is a pretty huge list, but one of these cultures are come from below the equator, and it's the Maori. They named the moon Potu Tarangi, and in the southern hemisphere, the seasons are reversed. So in the northern hemisphere, we're going from winter into spring, but in the southern hemisphere, they're going from summer into autumn. And so things are getting colder. And so this moon is an important indicator for the Maori to begin harvesting their crops and storing food and other resources for getting through winter. And another moon I'd like to mention is there's a moon that is called the Lenten moon. And in Anglo-Saxon traditions and medieval European traditions, they called this the Lenten moon because it's the full moon that happens right before the March equinox. And this is important because Easter always falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon after the March equinox. That's why Easter moves around in the calendar from year to year. It follows a lunar calendar rather than a solar calendar that other Christian holidays like Christmas use. So the March full moon happens during the Christian period of Lent. And if there's any Christians out there, you'll know that Lent just started on Wednesday of last week. So to give a little more info, the April's full moon, even though this is called the flower moon, in Anglo-Saxon traditions, it's called the Paschal moon. And Paschal is an adjective that describes either Easter or Passover holidays. And so moving on to our next segment, we're going to hand it over to Milton Villarreal. He's the one that's been doing SLU's space classes in Spanish, and he's going to talk to us about some lunar mythology. Milton, are you here?
Absolutely. Listening to everybody's presentations, learning a lot myself, and really willing to share some of the culture from this part of the world, South America. Behind me, you see one of the walls in Cusco. So a big hug to everybody from South America.
Oh, amazing. Take it away.
Okay. Well, just as Misha introduced, I'm here to tell you about the jaguar attack. Um, the Inca people thought that this big cat that they occasionally saw in the high altitude of the Andes Mountains would be the only capable animal to jump as high in the sky to grab the moon and try to eat it, to attack it. And that was the way they had to explain this process, right? For them, there was no other way that the moon would change color than bleeding. And the only one possible attacker would be this jaguar. The jaguar for them was an incredible creature. They even named the jaguar, the lord of this world, because nothing was more powerful. And part of their mythology includes, the presence of this big cat, trying to grab and attack the moon. And as we heard from Misha, people would do anything to scare the jaguar away and to save the goddess moon, right? The moon for the Inca was, the goddess of female. And there was no way the jaguar could kill it. Therefore, they did everything they could, all noise possible, and to scare the jaguar away. Lucky for them, they have been successful all this time, right? Now, everything sort of died after the conquista, but culture is rooted very deep, and we still have people who believe in some of these myths. And speaking of which, I'd like Gretchen to show the next slide, please, because I collected a few of these myths for you in a web quest about the moon. To add to John's wonderful list, I'd like to add Mama Quilla. Mama Quilla is the goddess moon for the Inca. And of course, these three myths that I've collected for you here are explained in detail in that web quest. So I invite everybody here to try that web quest and to be amazed about the moon. The one I'm referring to right now is the one on the right. Okay, so you can see a jaguar's head where the shadow is. Biting the moon, as you will see very soon, and that's the moment where everybody here will probably watch the moon in awe. The other myths that I won't go into detail right now try to explain the phases of the moon, and of course, those shadows that we see in the moon. They also have stories about what those shadows in the moon mean. For us, they are Maria, but for the Inca, they told a love story, and I can't wait to tell you that when you listen to my Spanish lessons about the full moon and the moon phases. Okay. Let's go to a next slide, because I also brought for you a few stories from the Maya. The Maya lived in the southern part of Mexico, and and they are famous for building all these big structures. On the picture, you see El Caracol. This is a building that even has the shape of an observatory. The Maya lived under the canopy of the jungle, and they had to climb trees in order to marvel at the skies. Once the Maya became an empire, in the next phase of the Maya people, they built all these wonderful structures, pyramids and buildings like the one you see in the picture. They wanted to reach the skies because for them, the skies told unbelievable stories in ways that you can only imagine. The sun, the giver of life, Venus, the planet that they identified as only one, because remember, we see Venus in two different ways. Most cultures thought these were two planets or two stars, but the Maya figured out it's the same planet that appears either early in the morning or in the evening. And so they sort of had an idea that Venus went around the sun and came from the back, trying to stop the sun. All those stories are told in the skies. The only entertainment they had, and something that they did wonderfully, was to catalog each of their observations. So when we talk about the moon and the phases and eclipses and all that, they were able to build such an amazing calendar that they could predict a lot of these happenings in the sky. So in El Caracol, the building that you see there, each of the windows was aligned with some of these happenings, like equinoxes or moon appearances, et cetera, et cetera. So we can talk about not just archeo, because that's what I study right now, archaeoastronomy, buildings from the past. But I think we can say that they were involved in archaeastronomy or architecture based on astronomy. So the alignment of their buildings, their homes, everything they did was not aligned with the north, south, east, and west, orientation that we have. Rather artificial, if you ask me. They built everything around the orientation of the skies, right? So it was interesting that, for example, during the summer months, their buildings were fresh because they oriented their buildings so that the sun would go over the house and not directly through the windows or doors. And during the winter months, the sun would come in through windows and doors to make the houses warmer. They didn't have to use any air conditioning because they knew how to use the natural processes of Earth, right? So the Maya for me are great astronomers. I'm really sorry that all that is left from the Maya are a few codices now in museums in Europe or some in Mexico. But even those small pieces of astronomical data are taking a lot of time to study. But every time we do, we wonder and we marvel about this ancient knowledge that they had as a result of years and years and years of observation and recording. I really admire the Maya for that. And I want to show you one last slide that adds yet another name to the wonderful list that John gave us, Ixchel. Ixchel was the Maya name for the goddess of the moon. And this, again, tries to explain what we will see very shortly. During this few weeks, you probably saw the moon going, from, waxing crescent all the way to full moon right now. And what we will see is this moon turning pink or red, if you will. And to the Maya, the explanation was that Ixchel, the moon goddess, was going down into the underworld. So in a moment, you will see how the moon goes down into the underworld to reappear later after a victorious tour around the underworld. For the Maya, they also had 3 levels, right? So the upper world, the skies, this world where we live in, and the underworld, the world of the dead, the world of their particular monsters. And the moon went all the way inside, and of course reappears victorious after that tour of the underworld. Those are appreciations of what happens in the sky according to Central and South American cultures. To you, Paul, and I hope you like the stories.
Thank you, Milton, as ever, and thank you very much to Dr. John Bovair for filling in for me there while we were sorting out a few little things in the background. Milton, that is, I always love hearing those stories, you know that. John, I'd like to come over to you, though. Here we are, we're looking at our live feed. This is a member source feed, which is pretty cool from Gretchen. I can very clearly see some shadowing going on there. How about you?
I definitely can as well. We're getting pretty close to the start of the partial eclipse, about another 20 minutes or so, but we can see the moon darkening. Love it.
Yep. So we're seeing it darkening on the bottom here in this particular view. I've just been sorting out the Chile feeds from the Chile Observatory. If members look at those images, the Canary 2 images, it's such a big telescope and it's such a sensitive camera. Some of those are going to be overexposed, but they will be a lot better actually as the eclipse progresses because it'll get fainter and fainter, of course. But this is our color feed, and it's going to be interesting to see who can first start seeing a little bit of color coming in here, isn't it?
It is.
So what are we expecting to see here, John? Um, we're seeing it slowly go into. Were you saying it's the penumbral shadow that it's going into now?
The penumbral eclipse began about an hour ago, 50 minutes ago. So we're reaching about 20 minutes from now. The umbral shadow will be uh, starting to take a bite out of the moon. Um, so yeah, it's well within the penumbral shadow right now.
So if you were lucky enough to be on the moon, I always thought by the year 2025 I was going to be living on the moon, but that hasn't happened. But if you were lucky enough to be on the moon right now, what would you actually be seeing if you looked in the direction of Earth and the sun?
So right now you would be seeing the sun starting to kind of go right behind the Earth. So you'll be able to see the dark side of the Earth, the nighttime side. But as the umbral shadow starts taking a bite out of the moon itself, that's when the sun is starting to go behind. And so that you can almost think of the penumbral shadow as like the sun is starting to kind of get blocked by the sun or
Yeah.
by the earth. And yes, that's what we would be saying.
But so a lot of direct sunlight is still hitting the moon. But during the
It is.
total phase, it's going to be totally obscured. If you were sitting
Yeah.
on the moon during the total phase, which lasts about an hour for us tonight, you wouldn't see any of the sun at all. Isn't there a lunar
No.
lander there at the moment that I think they're going to try and get some images? It was one of the recent landings, and I think I read somebody in chat, I'm sure one of the members in chat will be able to tell us that, but I'm pretty sure they're trying to image the eclipse from the surface of the moon. So I guess they're going to release some photos tomorrow, which would be pretty cool.
Yeah, those are going to be pretty cool. I'd be interested to see if we see anything, maybe a red ring or something around the Earth,
Yeah.
um, showing
Which
us
is
that red light.
Yeah, which is the equivalent of seeing a sunrise or sunset around the entire Earth. It's exactly the same principle, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and that's exactly I think it's a very beautiful way to think about it. You're seeing all of the sunrises and sunsets across the whole Earth at the same time.
Now, I read something today. There's always something new to learn about astronomy, isn't there? And that's what I love about the subject. I read something today about a phenomena that we're going to talk about phenomena later, but I don't think we had this in the list. It's right at the beginning of the total phase and right at the end, you can sometimes see quite a marked kind of turquoise area as well. Have you heard about that phenomena?
No, I haven't.
No, so
I
it's going to
haven't, but
be
it kind of
go on.
I was thinking like, I mean the Earth's atmosphere is acting like a lens, and Rayleigh scattering is changing the direction of certain colors of sunlight, particularly the blues and the violets. So I can see that, yeah, there
Yeah,
should be a zone where there's going to be an overabundance where that sunlight is being blues and violets of the sunlight are going to be
yeah.
deflected and hitting towards the moon.
And that's exactly the explanation, but you were far more eloquent that I read in this article. So I don't know, maybe members and students watching, and we got a whole stack from around the world. I tell you, we thought this event was really badly timed for most people. I mean, what is it here? It's nearly 5 a.m. here in the UK. John, it's a little bit better for you, but I guess a lot of the students who are using Slooh in Asia and India and other places east, this is great timing for them because they're watching the eclipse on Slooh during breakfast. That sounds good, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
So where else we got? We got I know we got Carol Botha in. She's from South Africa, so that's going to be fairly early because she's on the same time zone. I saw people saying that they were watching from just around everywhere. South America. Go on, you can tell us. So we're watching chat. If you're watching on Slooh's social media, on YouTube or Facebook, Slooh members get to join the actual webinar, and they are snapping, members at the moment are snapping images from this particular live feed because they're going to use that in the Quest learning activity that John's going to talk about a little bit later. John, just give us a little bit of a recap for people who have maybe joined us late. What is it that we're watching tonight? Why is this event so special?
So this is a total lunar eclipse, what we're watching tonight. Now, of course, the moon always goes through a full moon phase, but the moon's orbit around the Earth is tilted by 5 degrees. So when during a total lunar eclipse like we're experiencing tonight, that tilting of the moon's orbit and the orbit of the Earth around the sun are kind of lining up. And so the moon is literally going to be passing directly behind the Earth, and the sunlight, which usually goes above the Earth or below the Earth to bounce off of the moon and give us the beautiful full moons we're used to seeing, the Earth's shadow is actually going to be cast on the moon. And sometimes with these alignments, the moon doesn't perfectly go into the darkest part of the shadow called the umbra. Sometimes it only goes into the outer shadow, the penumbra. And this may be the best, portion of the eclipse of a lunar eclipse. But tonight we have a special treat where the moon is actually going to go pretty close to the center of the Earth's umbral shadow. And we talked a little bit just a moment ago about how the Earth's atmosphere changes the direction of the sunlight as it goes through it. This is why we had the beautiful sunrises and sunsets on Earth. During the total moon phase, total lunar eclipse phase, only the reds and the oranges are going to be able to pass through the Earth's atmosphere, and they're going to be deflected onto the moon, and they're going to bounce off the moon and come back to us, and the moon is going to look this beautiful reddish color. And that's why it's called the blood moon. But we'll see if it actually gets blood colored.
Exactly. I want to hear from members in the webinar chat when it does start changing color, especially during the mid-total eclipse, right at the maximum eclipse, what color they would describe it as. Now that can change depending on the cameras and the setup that we're using, but a lot of people say it's red. It is called a blood moon. I've seen one total lunar eclipse, I think, which I would consider to be a true red blood moon. And that was when there was a volcanic eruption and the amount of dust in the sky, in the atmosphere, affected it and made it look really dark. But most of the time, I would always describe it more as a kind of peachy color. But what have you seen, John, on previous lunar eclipses?
I can remember a previous lunar eclipse that we had here on Slooh. We did a star party for it, and it looked like a ruby red. And so that's the one
Oh,
that I always think of is it's
oh
almost
yeah.
like a ruby moon.
Yeah, Ruby Moon. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, that's good. Try and say that when you can't say your R's. We've got some other comments in chat. Yes, Nick, we're trying to tune the Chile 2 telescope to try and reduce the exposure, but unfortunately, when we reduce it too much, which we did, it kind of vignettes the entire moon, but that's been reset. So, but it's not the best. It's not the best telescope to use tonight, because those telescopes are ultra sensitive, and of course, the full moon, as John said, this is tonight, is very, very bright. It is dimming though, as we can see here, as it passes into Earth's shadow, which I always think is rather an exciting thing to see. John, what do you reckon the ancients? We've heard from Milton, but this must have been pretty awe-inspiring for them. This familiar object in the night sky, a full moon normally lighting up the landscape around them, and gradually it turns red. It must have been pretty weird for them.
Oh yeah, it had to have been. And as we heard the myths from Milton and Misha earlier, they all thought that something was attacking the moon and they were
Yeah,
afraid to lose the moon. And it makes sense because before they didn't have the technology and calendars and clocks like we do today. The moon was their timepiece. The moon was telling them what they needed to do
yeah,
throughout certain parts of the year. And if they lost the moon, then they wouldn't know when to, you know, prepare for different seasons and
yeah.
so forth.
But imagine as well. So, as you know, I live just down the road from Stonehenge. In so many ancient cultures, China, South America, Europe, around the world, various cultures, they had individuals who started really doing some astronomy, and they started working out when these events would occur. Can you imagine the power back then of being able to forecast celestial events like this, or especially solar eclipses when the sun disappears, and just the strength and power that that person would be, you know, would have? It must have been extraordinary.
It must have been. They almost would have seemed like, wizards or
Yeah,
magicians or some forth that,
yeah.
you know,
I,
or
I
somebody
think
that the gods were talking to and telling them these secrets.
exactly, because so many leaders, warlords and emperors and all sorts of people, they would take a lot of these celestial events as omens, sometimes good, sometimes bad. And of course, if they're wizards, kind of they're wizard astronomers, I like that term. If the wizard astronomers got it wrong, then I don't think those wizard astronomers would last very long, do you?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
So we are seeing some fabulous darkening of the moon at the moment. This one is from Stephen and Marn, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Gretchen, but that's a fabulous shot. Looks a little bit grainy, I know, because I'm not sure what the conditions are like there for Stephen. But thank you very much for bringing that. Have we got any other feeds as well, Gretchen? Who have we got?
This is Sonali
Oh,
coming.
Sonali, that is
Yeah.
fabulous.
Yes.
Wow. So conditions are good, but we can see there's lots of wind affecting the telescopes at the moment. John, tell us what we're actually looking at here. We're going to talk about lunar features later, but are there any that you can point out to viewers at the moment?
Yeah, so the dark parts on the moon, they're called the Maria. And I actually haven't memorized all of the Maria names, but
Oh, I'm
but
hopeless at
three
those.
yeah, but three craters that I can see very prominently. I can see the crater Tycho, which is maybe at about maybe 5 o'clock. It's this
Yeah,
crater and it has these bright rings coming out there. And then maybe at about 8 o'clock, both of these are actually about 8 o'clock. There's a crater in the Maria. It also has these rays coming out. That's the crater Kepler. And there's next door, there's another raid crater, and it's actually getting dimmer because the penumbra
yeah.
shadow is starting to cover it. That one's crater Kepler. Those are always the three craters that I look out for when I'm looking at the moon.
It's brilliant. We got a question in from Nina. She's saying, will the blood moon be visible in the Northwest United States? Yes, it will. So the visibility of lunar eclipses is very, very different to solar eclipses. With solar eclipses, see a total solar eclipse, you have to be in the very narrow path of what's called totality. And the difference here with a full moon is basically half the world gets to see it. During the eclipse, if you can see the moon, you will see the eclipse, and it will be red for everybody throughout that period of time. Now, unfortunately, here in the UK, the moon gets very low during that period of time. So I would actually have to go out for a walk and get onto a high hill to be able to see it. But yes, this eclipse actually is perfectly placed for the whole of the continental United States and South America as well. Now, somebody did ask earlier, I will just, we are going to take a look, by the way, at our first honorable mention for our Lunar Legends competition in a second. But somebody did ask in chat as well, how do I snap my images from the live feeds? Well, on the event page, so this is only for people who are watching on the Slooh website for members, on the event page, the Star Party page, there's a little tab. There are two tabs that you see. One's called Show and one's called Slooh Member Feed. And you click on the Slooh Member Feed, and just like Slooh's normal telescopes, you click the little camera button and you snap an image. And those images are going to be available for you immediately for use in the quest that Dr. John Beauvais is going to show us a little bit later. Phoebe, student, been using Slooh for quite a long time now. Absolute fanatic, I think it would be a good way. Phoebe saying, is anybody else trying to view this in person and the live stream at the same time? With so many of the events that we cover, especially meteor showers. Meteor showers are a great one for this, but if you have got a clear sky and you can see the moon tonight, do go out, but take your mobile device with you and you can listen to the commentary here and learn about the lunar eclipse, but then you can watch it yourself with your own eyes. And I have to say, John, a lunar eclipse is actually, I always think, best seen with the naked eye. Telescope views like this are absolutely fabulous, especially for those of us who can't see it, who have got clouds or something like that. But it is a fairly spectacular thing to watch yourself, isn't it?
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, if you have a chance, if it's not cloudy where you're at, any listeners here, yeah, definitely take a peek outside. Put your headphones on and bring us with you,
Yeah.
take a look at it yourself. And it's an amazing sight. I mean, I can remember in years past, I mean, even if it was totality was in the middle of the night, I used to set my alarm, get up, go take a look at it for 5 minutes, then go back to sleep. It's something you can't miss.
Yeah, it is. It is. So anyway, thank you very much for that, John. You're going to join us in a few minutes' time because we are going to talk about lunar eclipse phenomena. So that's going to be pretty cool. But I think it's time that we saw our first Lunar Legends honorable mentions. We're excited to share this, the first two actually, in the contest. The Slooh team got together to review all of the entries, and we were stunned, frankly, by the quality of submissions. In fact, it was so difficult to judge, we decided that all entrants would win an annual membership to Slooh. So we got a whole bundle of them coming in. We got some special prizes as well for our winners, and they're going to be announced later in the show. But this one, let's take a look at our first honorable mention. This was submitted by 11-year-old Miljanec. I hope I pronounce your name right there, who built a splendid model of the moon, and he reimagined what might lie on the far side of our nearest celestial neighbor. There's also a little video as well that we've got here, so we can show that.
Hello, my name is Miljanec Alexander. I am 11 years old. I am from Ukraine, and this is my work, Dark Side of the Moon. I was inspired by some ufologists theories to create this work. In these theories they say that on far side of the moon there are aliens. According to this theory, the whole moon is a huge spaceship and they are watching us constantly.
Isn't that brilliant? What do you think,
really
John?
cool. That's really cool.
It is. I mean, we have now seen the far side of the moon, but I kind of like to think that that's really what's under the surface. So I
Yeah,
mean, the
yeah.
imagination for that, I just think is absolutely wonderful. And, this is the quality of the submissions that we had for this competition. It's been absolutely epic to see them.
Yeah, it really has been. And I really love how he made it just shaped perfectly that when you just look at the near side, you can't even tell that there's something on the far side. That all of a
Exactly.
sudden, bam, it's this huge
Exactly.
radio dish.
Yeah.
And
I want that
uh
on my shelf, actually. It would go very well with my other astronomical bits and pieces in the background. So very cool, very cool. The next one we've got, second honorable mention goes to Alex, who submitted a video about why there are phases of the moon and the theories of how the moon was formed. It's pretty impressive for a 7-year-old, I think. So let's take a look at Alex's short video for the Lunar Legends competition.
Okay, hello guys. Today we're going to be talking about the moon. Well, I am Alex. I am 7 years old and I'm in first grade. Now, how do the phases of the moon happen? Well, the phases of the moon happen because as the moon is revolving around the Earth, it's rotating. And when the sun shines on the moon, it bounces off the moon and onto the Earth, but the moon never gets the same sunlight when it gets in one orbit. So then that's why there are 8 phases of the moon. The new moon comes when the moon is directly between the Earth and the sun. And then the waxing crescent is when the sun and the moon only has a sliver of light. And then the first quarter is when only looks like half of the moon's lit up. So then after that, we have a waxing gibbous. A waxing gibbous is when it's before a full moon and after a first quarter, and then the sun is shining on the moon in a certain position that it looks like a crescent has been taken out of a full moon. Now a full moon. A full moon is when the Earth is directly between the sun and the moon, and the sun's light is shining on a lot onto the moon, bended by Earth's gravity. So then that's why the moon still looks white. And then they do the entire process around as it goes back toward new moon. Full moon, waxing gibbous, waning gibbous, last quarter, and waxing crescent, and then back to new moon, and it keeps doing that. And now, we wouldn't have, why do the phases of the moon happen? We wouldn't have phases of the moon, and we wouldn't have lunar or solar eclipse if the moon didn't orbit the Earth. But also the moon spins, and it takes one rotation the same time as one orbit. So this special rotation and orbit time makes us always see the same side as the moon. So then because of that, it also orbits, which is why we have phases of the moon. Now the creation of the moon has many theories and nobody knows how it was formed. One theory suggests the capturation theory. It's when the moon was orbiting the sun and then flew towards Earth and got caught in its gravity. Another one is the attraction theory, similar to the capturation theory. It's when the moon was just wandering instead of orbiting the sun, and then It flew past Earth because it was wandering through the solar system. It passed Earth and then it got caught in Earth's gravity. And then the last one I'm going to tell you about is the crashing theory. Which is where baby Earth and a planet called Planet Theia was orbiting the sun, getting closer, but instead, as part of its orbit, it crashed into Earth as it was getting closer to the sun, and then all the bits flew into outer space, but Theia survived, but not as Theia, as our moon. But then it took 150 million years for the pieces that came off of Earth to rebuild. And that's why Earth is still a sphere right now. Bye.
Wow. As Milton has said in chat, a star is born. I suspect Alex,
Okay,
unlike
hello.
me, is going to land up living on the moon. He's probably going to build rockets. He's an absolute budding astronomer. He can now use Slooh's telescopes every night. John, what did you think of that?
Oh, I absolutely loved it. I really loved his when he was talking about the gibbous moon, how the gibbous moon was a full moon with a crescent taken out of it. It's the way that he was thinking is just great. I loved
It
it.
was. It was absolutely brilliant. And, for a 7-year-old, my goodness, that is pretty spectacular. So there's the first couple of submissions to our Lunar Legends competition, honorable mentions. So that's pretty cool. John, I think it's time, and given that we are seeing a huge chunk being taken out of the moon, that we talk about lunar eclipse phenomena. Now, what are some of the phenomena that are happening during the total lunar eclipse tonight?
Well, there's many fun phenomena that are happening, and we've talked about some of them already a little
Mm.
bit tonight. When the Earth's umbral shadow covers the moon, we heard earlier from Keith about the blood moon, but I can also talk about the Danjon scale variability, the
Oh,
temperature
what's that? I
changes
haven't
on.
heard of, that one, so that'll be fun to talk about. That'll be new for me.
Yeah, so the Danjon scale variability, this is a way to characterize the brightness and color of the fully eclipsed moon, which can vary depending on atmospheric conditions. Just like how when you were looking at the lunar eclipse after the volcano, that
Mm.
caused the moon to look very red, conditions like that, or pollution, dust, etc., that can change the color that we see the moon. So it could even change just from the light coming into the Earth's atmosphere. Maybe there's some pollution or something happening there, or there could be some atmospheric effects after the red light hits the moon and bounces back onto Earth. And so there's the Danjon scale has five ranks to it. L0 is a very dark eclipse. The moon is almost invisible when it's at an L0. And L1 is a gray or brownish eclipse. And this we would be the different features on the moon would be very challenging to see during an L1. And L2 is a very deep red or rust-colored eclipse. So it'd be a very dark central shadow. The outer edges of the umbra could be relatively bright. L3 is a brick red colored eclipse. The
Okay.
umbral shadow usually has like maybe a yellowish rim to it. And in L4 is a very bright copper red, even an orange eclipse. And the umbral shadow has a very bright rim to it.
So I skipped ahead a bit there. Let's go back to a more basic question. What causes, I think you've touched on this, but what causes the moon to turn red in the first place during a total lunar eclipse?
Yeah, this is due to an effect called Rayleigh scattering. And whenever light passes through any sort of media, like the atmosphere, or if you have like tube of gas, it's going to scatter or change the direction that light is traveling. But what's really fascinating about this is it doesn't deflect the light in all of the same ways. The more energetic the light has, the more the light is going to be deflected. And so the sun emits an entire spectrum of light. It emits all of the visible spectra, but it also emits infrared and ultraviolet. That's what makes it see it sunburns. And so what happens is the shorter wavelengths, like blues and violets, they're scattered more, they're deflected more when they go through a media, rather than longer wavelengths like red and
Right.
orange. And as you can see in this diagram here, you can see the blue light is being scattered and pushed off into away from the Earth. But that blue light is also being deflected and it's being deflected towards the Earth's surface. And this is why the sky is blue during the day. It's kind of weird to think about that the blue light that we see in the sky is actually deflected sunlight, but
Yeah.
that's what's going on. But in terms of our lunar eclipse, the sunlight is going to pass through our thin bubble of the atmosphere. All the blues and violets are going to be deflected away, leaving behind just the reds and oranges that are bent towards the moon. And you gave a perfect, beautiful analogy earlier that the hues on the moon are light from every sunrise and sunset that are going to be occurring on Earth during totality.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see if that lunar mission can get images of that from the moon's surface tomorrow. Now, you mentioned the Danjon scale and all of those. What are we expecting tonight?
Yeah,
Can we forecast that?
it's actually very difficult to forecast the exact Danjon scale. And so it's the scale is actually pretty subjective in nature because it kind of
Mm,
depends on your individual viewing location because it depends on how much pollution is in the air or if there was like you mentioned earlier a volcano eruption that went
mm.
off. And so those things are going to change the color that we see the moon. And so, given these factors, we could actually make our own Danjon scale assessment during totality. And it's something that I hope that we can do. But I am at a little bit of a disadvantage because I have color vision deficiency. It used to be called color blindness. That's the new term for it. But I have these fancy colorblind glasses that can help me though. So I'll throw these on. I'll definitely have these on when we're at totality, and so these can kind of help me see color a little bit better.
Okay. Is there anything else notable about what we can expect from the Danjon scale for tonight's eclipse?
Yes, definitely. So this particular eclipse is notable because of the moon's trajectory across of the umbral shadow. If we can
Okay.
go to slide 6 here. So I mentioned this a little bit earlier about how
Yeah.
depending on where the moon's orbital plane is going to lie, the moon will will pass in some amount in the umbral shadow. And as you can see here, the southern tip of the moon is going to get closer to the center of the umbral shadow than the northern tip is. And so this could cause actually some color variation in the moon when we see them. It may look at a deeper red in the southern regions than it does in the northern regions. And so it's going to be really fun to see what happens during totality.
It is. It is. And as we can see here, this changes the length of the total solar eclipse as well. When it's off on the edge, it's a lot shorter, but if it was passing directly through that umbral shadow, then it would be a lot longer. I don't know what the
That's true.
longest total lunar eclipse is, actually. I mean, we've got about an hour tonight. So from that diagram, I don't know, maybe you can get an hour and a half, 2 hours. Maybe somebody can tell us in chat. Somebody can get on Google very quickly. That would be fun. John, temperature drops on the moon during a lunar eclipse. Discuss.
Yes, so without direct sunlight, the moon's surface is going to become very cold. Typically, when the moon is engulfed in sunlight, the moon is about 127 degrees Celsius, about 250 degrees Fahrenheit. But when the umbral shadow blocks the direct sunlight, the temperature drops to about negative 100 degrees Celsius or negative 148 degrees Fahrenheit in just a few short hours. It's amazing that can
Wow.
happen.
John, you've got a weird word that you're going to tell us about, haven't you? One that I haven't heard of before.
Yeah, so there's another phenomenon called selenalian, and I had to look up how.
Selenalian, is that right?
Yeah, yeah, it almost
Okay.
sounds like selenalian, but but it's an interesting word that combines the Greek roots for the moon, Selene, and the sun, Helios.
Ah,
And
okay.
if we can go to slide 7, this is something that if you're watching a lunar eclipse from a point where the totality is happening right when the sun is either rising or setting, you could actually be able to see both the sun and the moon above the horizon at the same time. Now, they're not going to actually be above the horizon, but what's happening is the light from the sun and the light from the moon are being deflected by the Earth's atmosphere, and so both of those celestial objects appear above the horizon at the same time, but of course they're actually not. Uh, and so that's an effect that not everybody is going to be seeing. Like I said, you have to be pretty much right in between, right on the day-night line of the moon, to be able to see this effect.
So is that the thing that's responsible for the longest day not being on the day of equinox? Because we get to see the sun, coming up slightly earlier than it kind of really has done and things like that. And then it's obviously a disk, so some of it's coming up above the horizon. Is that similar effect or not?
Yeah, that's totally a similar effect. I mean, this is going to happen, every time the sun rises and the sun sets, and the moon rises and the moon sets as well. But during a lunar eclipse, you'll be able to see both of them at the same time. And I guess in principle, this effect can also happen during a full moon phase, where you can see both of these at the same time. But like I said, it's very rare to be able to be in the perfect spot to see this during
Yeah.
a lunar eclipse.
Wow, it'd be pretty cool though, wouldn't it? Just before we go on to the next question, John, Carol Both is saying that Copernicus Kepler has gone. So the moon and our familiar lunar features and craters and seas are disappearing before our eyes. So what's interesting as well, when we photograph an eclipse, so there's a live video of it, what we'll see here is this gradual darkening, but then the camera adjusts itself, and that's when we start seeing some color coming in. When you're doing this manually, I believe this camera is automatic, but when you're doing this manually, it can be quite frenetic because you have to be changing the exposure. You start thinking, oh, there's no color, there's no color, there's no color. You then change the exposure, so we're seeing more of the dark shadowed area. That's where suddenly the color can start popping out. So it's going to be interesting to see how that happens. Now, John, what is the difference between the visibility of lunar and solar eclipses? We kind of hinted at it earlier, but what's the difference between the two?
Yeah, we did talk about this a little bit earlier, touched upon it. Oh, unlike solar eclipses, those are only visible in very narrow paths. As during a solar eclipse, it's the moon's umbra or anti-umbra, if we want to correct about it, is racing across the surface of the Earth, and so you have to be in that umbral shadow in order to be able to see it. Total lunar eclipses can be seen by anyone on Earth
Mm,
when the moon is above the horizon. So basically, they're visible from the entire night side of the Earth. And this is particularly exciting too because the Earth is still rotating during the eclipse. And so, actually, a little bit more than half of the world should be able to see the eclipse. Now, this setup is perfect for Slooh's telescopes because if we had perfect weather across all of our observatories, we would be able to see this full moon, see this total lunar eclipse in all three of our observatory sites. And this is why we can have streaming partners from members all
mm.
across America, from Gretchen in Arizona to Stephen in Florida, sharing their views of the eclipse
They
together.
are. It's absolutely wonderful. So yeah, we haven't got an observatory in the US, but it is visible from Chile. But our telescopes are not really. I've had to kind of tweak our telescopes, the Slooh Observatory telescopes, quite a lot because the moon is just so bright. It overwhelms them. Our telescopes and ultra-sensitive CCD cameras are designed to capture very faint objects, and it's really difficult actually to image the planets and the moon using those telescopes. Right, John, another phenomena you mentioned was Earth's shadow shape. We've been seeing that through these live feeds, haven't we?
Yeah, you know, especially the member feeds, and even through Canary, or excuse me, even through Chile too, you can see the shadow, and the shape of the shadow is a curve of a circle. And this curved shadow of the Earth onto the moon provides observational proof that the Earth is a sphere. In fact, we've been seeing this for thousands of years. Greek
Mm.
astronomers from the 5th century BCE, Empedocles and Anaxagoras, they saw these lunar eclipses and they used those as evidence that the Earth was a sphere. Now, a fun quote that I always think about too when I think about lunar eclipses is it's actually written in our Apollo astronauts quest learning activity, comes from the commander Eugene Cernan of Apollo 17. After they saw the Earth in the command module when they were some 30,000 miles away from Earth, he said, I know I'm not the first to discover this, but I'd like to confirm from the crew of Apollo 17 that the Earth is round. I always thought that was so funny.
Very good. John, before we go on to our next Lunar Legends honorable mentions, we've got a question from Nina. She's saying, is the occurrence of a blood moon lunar eclipse rare in Washington, USA? I think you kind of hinted at that with, your answer about, lunar and solar eclipses, but can you expand on that at all?
Yeah, I don't think that I mean, what's rare is the fact that the moon is passing into the umbra. And so no matter when the moon passes into the umbra, the night side of the Earth is going to be able to see this blood moon.
Mhm.
And so I wouldn't say that it's rare at all. It's just we have to wait for the moon to go into the umbra, and half of the world that's being able to see the full moon, they'll be able to see the blood moon.
Yeah, but if we start taking into account, weather conditions and the frequency of total lunar eclipses and things, um, you whether or not what time of day it is, where you are, what time of night it is, where you are, how many of these that we can see over a lifetime is probably quite limited. Certainly for those of us who live in a country like the UK when it's normally cloudy, especially when eclipses happen, of course. But as
That's
John's saying, a lunar eclipse is nowhere near as rare as a solar eclipse is, and especially to see totality of a solar eclipse. But these are still very, very special events. I mean, you we did go through a period, I think, of almost 2 years, and there wasn't a total lunar eclipse.
Yeah, that's true. And it is pretty cloudy in Washington, so
Okay. Hey, listen, John, I reckon it's time to see our next honorable mentions for the Lunar Legends competition. We're drawing closer to the full blood moon lunar eclipse where we'll start to see some color. The first submission is from 10-year-old Arthur. He's already been using Slooh over the last year, and he told us his favorite activity is sharing his images as observations on the website to engage the rest of the community and to receive feedback on the images that he's captured with Slooh's telescopes. Now, Arthur said this about his project. The project was inspired by experiences I've had in the past. I used the phases of the moon as a metaphor. I made it for the people who could use a little uplifting. And I think we all need some of that. He says, I hope you like it. So let's take a look at Arthur's submission. The moon is like happiness. Sometimes some moments can make it disappear, and it shrinks and it shrinks and it shrinks until you feel like there's no happiness left. But just before it isn't there to you doesn't mean it isn't there. And just like the moon, it always comes back. What do you think, John?
Oh, I absolutely love this. When I remember going through this submission, I just had such a big smile on my face.
I know.
I love that he was able to use astronomy as with such a beautiful metaphor
But there's a
of
great
happiness.
diagram there as well that Arthur's put together. So, Arthur, I know you've been using Slooh already, but we're giving all of the entrants a Slooh membership. So what we'll do for you is we'll extend your membership, especially for you. So our fourth honourable mention is, let me just get to it here, goes to fourth grade Amina. Her teacher at the Amana Academy has been teaching students how to use generative AI as a STEM tool. And they've been learning to form good text prompts. And Amina included hers as part of her, she's calling the Moon Shimmer entry. While we look at the finished artwork here, I'll read the generative AI if you can't read that. So this is what she entered into AI. The Moon Shimmer. Under a night sky shimmering with vibrant auroras, the ocean stretches before a darkened beach. As a crescent moon bathes the scene in an ethereal light, delicate Japanese paper lanterns drift majestically over lapping waves, twinkling like miniature constellations. Now, with AI entering so many facets of our daily lives now, we were really encouraged that educators are taking this approach by teaching students how to use it constructively and creatively like this. What's your view on this, John?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. We're entering this almost new world with AI taking over everything. And to be able to see, I wonder, I don't know, I have a lot of questions for her. I wonder if she just prompted this once. I wonder if she edited her prompt a little bit to get the
Yeah,
picture that she wanted. At first, when I saw this, admittedly, I thought, oh, look, they got some stars in front of the moon. This isn't right. But then it was like, oh no, those are the Japanese lanterns
yeah,
floating in the sky like constellations. It just looks very beautiful. I really liked this one.
it is. And I think what I was encouraged about here is that it's not just a student generating something with AI, but it's about the teaching of how you use AI and how you prompt it. And the submission actually gave us more information about how their teacher is doing this. And there's a whole series of, methods of constructing those prompts. So we loved that. And in fact, a lot of the class did send submissions, but we picked out Amina for an honorable mention. So well done. But everybody gets that Slooh membership for the next year. So that's going to be pretty cool. Let's have a quick look. Nina's saying Chile 2 is making the moon look like a lemon right now. Oh, that's interesting. Don't forget, by the way, the Chile 2 telescope doesn't have a color camera on it. It does produce color images, but it's normally through a whole bundle of filters which are combined. So we're not going to see any color in the Chile 1 and Chile 2 telescope feeds, but we are going to see color here. Can't see any yet, so maybe when the exposure changes a little bit. Actually, Gretchen, tell us whether or not you're going to have to change the exposure on this particular camera manually, or whether or not it's going to do that automatically.
I believe that I will have to change the adjustment to the exposure and lightness when the
Okay.
red starts to come.
Okay, so don't be afraid. It's certainly from my past experience, don't be afraid to potentially slightly overexpose the illuminated region in the shorter term to start seeing the red, because sometimes the red doesn't show up in a camera. The cameras work in a very, very different way to our eyes do, because we have a huge dynamic range in our vision, so we can see huge ranges of brightness and darkness. But a camera tends to miss that. So certainly in the past, I have been filming lunar eclipses, and you think, oh no, that's not what I'm seeing in the sky, but suddenly you change the exposure, and sometimes you do have to overexpose the illuminated portion. So anyway, John, it's you again, I'm afraid. We're saturating your time. By the way, what time is it where you are?
Right now it's 10:37 over here
Okay.
in Las Vegas.
Okay, so that's not too bad. It's 20 to 6 in the morning here in the UK. We've
Oof.
got people still watching. Well done to everybody, certainly on the east coast of the US, to stay up for this. And it's great that we've the participants that we've got in the webinar have stayed the same number. So well done for hanging on this long. But my goodness, we've got the most exciting part to come up. But John, you and I are going to talk about Quest learning activities. What are they to start off with?
So on Slooh, we have Quest learning activities, and these are our foundation of Slooh's Cosmic Classroom. Quests are learning activities that are hands-on, age-appropriate, and experiential. We've aligned our Quest to NGSS and other state standards. They're great for STEM and STEAM-focused classes, and they're cross-curricular in nature, incorporating elements of science, astronomy, computer science, earth science now, social studies, and history. We have over 80 interactive lessons to challenge your students to use Slooh to collect and analyze data and form their own conclusions.
Now, the moon is always a very popular object for Slooh members to capture in the Slooh telescopes. Have we got quests that are related to the moon?
We do. We have an impressive number of quests about the moon. If we can go to slide 9 really quickly.
Oh,
Um, of course, there's the Moments quest for tonight's show, the Worm Moon Totals Lunar Eclipse 2025. But for our elementary schools, we have Moon Shadow, which explains how shadows form, Exploring Moonlight, which covers what moonlight is and where it comes from. We also have Growing Plants on the Moon, which is a very fun quest about what it would take to grow plants on the moon.
oh,
For our middle school students, we have Phases of the Moon, which covers, well, the lunar phases. And we also have Our Cratered Neighbor, which teaches students about kinetic energy, different kinds of craters, and how craters form. Our high school and college offerings include another Lunar Phases quest, which are about the lunar phases. We have Lunar Features, which teach students about the different kinds of features found all throughout the moon. There's the Mystery of the Changing Moon, which goes into more depth about each lunar phase and eclipses. But we also have really fun quests, Apollo Astronauts, which teaches students about each of the Apollo missions. Students actually go through what each individual mission did when they were on the moon, and they capture images of the moon when the Terminator, which is the day-night line on the moon, is near each landing site. So the shadows near the Terminator are longer, which makes the features stand out a little
hmm.
bit easier. And so students need this because they're actually marking the locations of all 6 Apollo landings on their Slooh captures. And of course, we also have the quest that Milton wrote and mentioned earlier, Mama
Yeah,
Kia, Inca Moon, which covers 3
it's
Inca myths
wonderful.
about the moon. I love this one. But we also have some other quests that feature the moon, even though they talk about the moon, but they also talk about other things as well. So we have How Big, How Far, Solar System Explorer, and Light Language of Astronomy.
Okay. So there's quite a lot for them to do there. What do students make at the end of each of these quest learning activities?
At the end of a Slooh quest, if you can go to the next slide, culminates in students creating a poster-sized infographic that
Oh, they're nice.
showcases the images. These are all images that students capture themselves. They put on this poster. I love the lunar features one because
Yeah.
you get to really crop and zoom in and write in the names of the different lunar features. And this helps students demonstrate their mastery of the content that they learned on the quest. If you can go into the next slide, these posters serve as a summative
Oh,
assessment and they can share them in their student portfolios. Now, usually these posters incorporate responses to different questions that students are asked in the quest. If we can go to the next slide. These personalized infographics generate a spirit of accomplishment for the student while providing an easy tool to recall the content they learn while on the quest.
So, John, are they a fixed template? So all students going to have exactly the same poster at the end of a quest?
That's a great question. And the answer is no. Every student
Eh?
poster is unique. So students are using their own captured images in the poster. So for example, two students might be using a slightly different gibbous phase for their
Yeah.
quest. They may be using a different SLU telescope or even a different SLU observatory. Moreover, students can edit and redesign all elements of the poster. They can change the fonts, they can change the background colors, they can move things around and change the words on them. They can also add extra things on the posters as well. So in this example here, you'll see that the poster on the right has something in for the new moon. This is a capture from a total solar eclipse that we did here on SLU a couple of years ago. And so I put that in for my new moon phase. And so if you're listening to this show tonight and you capture a very beautiful image of the lunar eclipse in totality, you can add that to your lunar phase poster and put that in for the full moon. So this flexibility allows students to explore their artistic expression and create something that really speaks to them and speaks for them.
Okay, that's cool. John, I've got a question here that I will just answer. Emma's asking about the quest posters. Best thing to do there, Emma, is to email support@slu.com and they can look into that for you. So you have a look at that. But yeah, we can sort that out for you. John, are there any other notable quests to mention when it comes to the moon?
Definitely. We have a quest called the SLU animation
Oh,
quest.
love
And
that. And this is an open quest. You can use it with whatever images you you capture.
that's right. You can take any images you captured. I think we have 49 image slots in that quest, and
Okay.
you can use your images to create a time-lapse animation. And so what you can do with tonight's Star Party is if you've been capturing images from these feeds, you can add those to the quest and make a time-lapse animation of the eclipse. Now, the one thing I will caution with is you have to use the images coming from the same telescope in order to make
Yeah.
your time-lapse animations. But that quest really opens the door to doing a lot of fun projects like tracking different comets and asteroids on SLU.
Yeah.
You can piece them together and make these awesome animations of watching them move with respect to the background stars.
And it's used in, I think, one of my favorite quests, Discovering Pluto, where students are replicating Clyde Tombaugh's discovery of Pluto by capturing a series of images over several nights. They put them into the animation tool, and because it's really difficult to spot Pluto just in a single image, but they put it into that animation tool. All of the stars are aligned, and suddenly turn it into an animation, and there you see the tiny dwarf planet Pluto moving against the background stars. And it's such a foundation of astronomical discovery, isn't it? Comparing two images, and that's what that tool gives you.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's a big universe out there. Even and we talked about this a little bit earlier about how the moon is actually moving pretty fast in the sky, many tens of thousands of miles an hour. But it's really kind of moving slow because of how far away
No.
it is. And Pluto is way far out in the solar system. It moves really slow. So you need to take these images, separated by at least a day to really be able to see it moving. But it's right there for you with the
Yeah,
animation.
it is. Phoebe's just added a little thing in chat saying she's just started the Earth Science Quest, which is super cool. You'll be pleased to hear, John. So
Yes.
we've got a question here from Nina. Does the eclipse affect animal behavior? Well, feel free to jump in on this, John, but I would say for lunar eclipses, probably or certainly not as much as a solar eclipse. So we covered the Great American Eclipse good number of years ago now, and we went to the zoo. And the zoo had lots of cameras tracking all of the animals during the total solar eclipse. And basically, they all went to bed. Cicadas started chirping, but all of the ruminants, they lay down and basically went to bed. But then a few minutes later, got up because suddenly it was bright again. Now, the effects of a lunar eclipse on animal behavior, I suspect, are slightly less, mainly because a lot of animals are sleeping anyway, so they probably wouldn't notice it. But John, have you heard about lunar eclipses affecting any animal behavior?
I haven't heard lunar eclipses affecting animal behavior. Definitely have heard the solar eclipses doing it like you have.
I would think owls probably have to adjust their eyesight slightly for the varying lighting conditions throughout. But as you can see, Nina, a lunar eclipse is quite a long, slow event to occur. So the changes are happening very subtly over a period of hours. So, but it would be interesting to hear in chat if anybody wants to do a little bit of research in chat and tell us whether or not there are any studied animal changes in animal behavior during lunar eclipses. Now, as the moon continues its journey into Earth shadow, we're going to be announcing our Lunar Legend competition winners at the heart of the eclipse with Anna Palucci. But now it's time for 3 more honorable mentions. You're going to enjoy these ones. The first up is self-taught songwriter Ak Marzan, I hope I pronounce your name right as well, who is 16 years old and is from Kazakhstan. His pseudonym is Erkik. And that's named after the deity of space in Turkic mythology, which I actually had to look up because I wasn't sure about that. But this is what he said about his song. In the text, I'm talking about a personal experience. I was born at night and I've been interested in space all my life. This song is especially important to me because I played it on my dead father's guitar. How sad is that? But how wonderful as well. Good, great way of honoring your father. Before meeting him, during our walks and after his death, I admired the moon. Many times, deep into the night, I just looked at the moon as if waiting for an answer. I slept under her rays, feeling her presence. I'm finishing the 11th grade and I'm going to study astronomy. Well done. Therefore, the words in this poem have a meaning, at least for me. Thanks, and I hope you enjoy it. I think we've got an excerpt that we can listen to. That's just an excerpt. Lovely singing voice. Can't hear it that clearly, but what wonderful words, what wonderful lyrics, and to be playing on his father's guitar was rather touching. So now you can see all of the entrants, all of the honorable mentions to the competition on our social media. So if you want to see or read any of these things in full, then you can do. But next up is Jamin, a high school senior who submitted his science and engineering project where he mapped the moon's surface. His teacher, school's director of STEAM, an astronomy club advisor, Miss Bischoff, suggested Jamin enter the competition. Now, Jamin wrote this about his project. The purpose of this project is to show that anyone can make a map of the surface, or at least the visible side, no matter who you are or where you come from, as long as you have the right knowledge. It's a terrific piece of work that will hopefully inspire other students to tackle projects like this. Now, you can see the entire project at Jamin's website at moonsurface.pages.dev. John, what do you think of this one? It was one of the more sciencey entrants, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I really enjoyed seeing this one. Jamin used MATLAB and did a fair bit of linear algebra in order to make this model of the moon, and it really turned out well. I really enjoyed it.
I think what I enjoyed most about the competition was the huge number of perspectives. You know, we've had poetry, we've had storytelling, we've had model making, and we've had scientific entries as well. So now, lastly, in this group of honorable mentions is Noah. He's 17 and a junior in high school. Noah has a great love for space and art and loves to combine the two. When he found out about the contest, he just had to enter. That's what he told us. His submission is this drawing of a solar eclipse at totality. Now, something tells me Noah and all of the entrants are going to really enjoy using Slooh's mountaintop robotic telescopes to further their interest in space science. I suspect we'll see Noah create some pretty wonderful astrophotographs from the data that he acquires, given his interest in art and image processing. So, John, here's a solar eclipse. What stage of a solar eclipse has Noah created here?
He's depicting the beautiful diamond ring stage right here. And it's a really great job. You mentioned the vast, like, broad depth of the submissions, and we've had a lot of art submissions, and some that are the AI generated art, some are art actually on the canvas. This is a
Mm,
digital piece of art, so
yeah,
we're really getting some
yeah.
beautiful things.
But can you imagine what Noah's going to be able to produce if he processes his own images using Slooh data? It's going to be absolutely epic to see that. So,
It
John,
is.
we were talking earlier about if we were on the moon, what kind of view would we get? That Noah's image there actually is pretty similar, isn't it?
That
If you were
is.
on the moon, it's going to be like a total solar eclipse.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah, very
And the
cool.
only difference is in the darkness where the moon is dark in this. If it were us on the moon watching the Earth in this configuration, we'd see the city lights.
Yeah,
It'd be pretty
very, very
wild.
cool. Thank you, John. Thank you for those three honorable mention entrants into the Lunar Legends competition. Now it's time to move on. We are running slightly behind time, but the good thing with the lunar eclipse is it's quite long. So we've got plenty of time to cover everything that we're going to do. Now, I'm going to welcome back Keith Wozaleski. Now, Keith, I'm sorry I couldn't do your first segment because I wanted to ask you about your space science classes. How are they going? I know students are enjoying them. I think you're on class number 8 or 9 now.
Yes, we've been having a lot of fun. People have not been on the space science classes. We are covering objects in the solar system. We're going to cover other objects in our own Milky Way galaxy. We just did a segment on stars. Next up, open clusters and globular clusters. And from that, we'll move outside of our own galaxy and look at some other galaxies. So we're having a
Excellent.
lot of fun. About half an hour, trying to keep it to half an hour, 40 minutes. Had great attendance, a lot of good feedback, and I
Brilliant.
certainly enjoy presenting the material. It's a lot of fun.
Well, I've managed to catch a couple. I
Oh,
do it when I get up in the morning and I have my coffee and I listen to your classes and I always learn a lot. But you're doing some other kind of non-class live events as well, aren't you? On a Saturday sometimes?
Yeah, we do have some special Saturday events. I kind of think of it like Saturday cartoons, which we have in America. You get up early on a Saturday morning. So they're kind of special events like that. Topics that don't really fit into some of the stuff that we do during the week and meant to be a little more relaxed, a little more fun with a fun activity at the end, either a Kahoot or something else. And
Excellent.
I forget what the next one is, but yeah, about twice a
Excellent.
month. He goes.
And if anybody, by the way, is Spanish speaking as their first language, then you can join Milton's space science classes as well. So they run on the same nights, don't they, Keith? Both the
Yeah,
English
once
and
every
Spanish versions?
twice a month, once every 2 weeks. I go on first, and then Milton is about an hour or two after I am.
Excellent. And don't forget, all SLU members, students using SLU, you can watch all of those on demand on the website. So if you haven't joined them yet, you've still got a chance to join in. Now, we have had comments from Sonali saying, if you can see it live, can you see the red color? Oh, there you go. We've got our first bit of color. Let's talk about that before we talk about lunar libration. Keith, tell us what we're looking at here. And whose feed is this, by the way, Gretchen? Gretchen's
Okay, she
probably
doesn't know. So
No,
changed.
I'm here. This is John's.
John's.
okay.
Okay, John, that's great. Nice one. We
Yeah,
are
so what we
definitely
see
seeing some color.
as we enter into this umbral stage, that's when the color starts to reveal itself to us. We see it gradually, little by little. In the John feed, we're definitely seeing some of that more reddish
Yeah.
violet color. So that turquoise that you talked about, I could definitely imagine we're seeing that happening depending on where you are. But we're definitely seeing more, not the peach that we expect. That's definitely more of a, I would call that a violet color. Beautiful color coming through. Again, he's got the exposure set up so that we can see that, um, and that will gradually diminish as the shadow encroaches
Very
upon the
cool.
full moon.
And
Great shots.
for the other members, keep going. The color will come in. Oh, I can see it coming in actually on Gretchen's feed there. So once again, I was explaining this earlier. When you're using a camera, has quite a small dynamic range. So what happens during the total phase as we get into that, you have to overexpose one area of the moon to be able to see the color in the other. And that's what everybody's doing at the moment. So we're going to land up with, oh yeah, Gretchen's one's looking pretty good. I think I am seeing this kind of turquoise phase as well. It's going to be
Yeah, it's
really interesting to
definitely
see that.
on the bluish. It's in that cooler end of the spectrum,
Yeah.
and you mentioned the quality that we get when looking through lens. Very different from looking at an eclipse with the naked eye and using
Yeah.
something like binoculars. Last time we had one of these events, Uranus was very close to the moon, so I did use binoculars and naked eye. And the eye collects so much light, and as you mentioned, has such a huge dynamic range. Very big difference between seeing it just with your eyes and using even something like a pair
Yeah.
of binoculars.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'm definitely
Phoebe's
seeing a different color here.
Phoebe's saying in chat that she's watching it live outside as well as here, and yeah, she's seeing a very dark turquoise too. So,
Ah.
Keith, we are talking about a subject now that you're really excited about. It's called lunar libration. What on earth is that for those who haven't heard of it before?
This, Paul, is actually a term I first heard from you on a star
Oh,
party similar to this, and I hadn't really known much about it, and that's kind of what began my journey into this study. We hear that the moon is tidally locked to the Earth. So that basically means that it rotates on its axis at about the same speed that it orbits the Earth. And because of that, we only see one side of the moon. We see about 50% of the moon. But as we learned earlier with Dr. John and some of the things I talked about, the orbit of the moon is irregular. It is elliptical, which means sometimes it's closer to the Earth and sometimes it's further away. We see that in the phenomena of the mini moon, micro moon. We can see that the moon is larger, we can see that it's smaller. When it is closer to us, at times it can orbit a little bit faster than it rotates on its axis. So it doesn't quite catch up with that one part of the face of the moon that we see. When that happens, we can see part of the right-hand limb of the moon that we don't always see. If it's a little further away, the opposite happens. It's orbiting a little bit slower. So it's rotating just a little bit faster, and it lets us look on the western limb. There's also some variations with the moon too, regarding its distribution of mass, and sometimes we mentioned that sometimes the Moon is above the plane of the Earth between the Earth and the Sun. So sometimes if it's above, we'll see the bottom of the moon. And if it's beneath that plane, sometimes we'll see the top of the moon. The difference there is there isn't a whole lot to see on the top, and the bottom of the moon is so heavily cratered, you really need a detailed map. But when we have the eastern limb that's visible, we see all kinds of features because they're pretty easy to pick out. And I do have some slides here. I have a lunar map. So if Gretchen has that handy for the libration slides, I'll show you exactly what we're looking at. So this is a lunar map that is a composite. So we've been looking at the moon all night, so we should know that that middle section is pretty much what we see. But if we look at this right-hand section, we start to see some features that are not visible most of the time. So let's look at the next slide. I think I have. This is what we're looking at. So obviously we don't see this face on, but when NASA flies a spacecraft by, I think these are composites from Apollo, we see these three mare lined up. So Mare Crisium, which is our indicator here, and we're going to look at the limb of the moon. This is the thing that I look for. If this is close to the edge, we are not going to see these features. If it's moved away from the limb of the moon a little bit, moved it more into the interior, we get to see the edges of these objects. So I don't know if we have a mouse here, but I'm looking at the top of the screen. So 12 o'clock, we see the crater Endymion, and to the right we see a C, Mare Humboldtianum. And if we go down the line in this far right, we see Mare Marginis, Mare Smithii, and on the bottom, Mare Australe. We will show you next how to see this on the actual moon itself. So Gretchen, if you have the next slide. This again is what it would look like. This is a simulation that I had made of that exact region. Again, we see Mare Crisium, sort of the way it would look on the moon as a sphere. Next slide. And this is the position that I'm talking about. So how do we know that libration is taking place? We look again at that crater in the 230 position right on the edge of the moon. That's Mare Crisium. It's too close to the limb. It's too close to the edge of the moon to see anything. So if you see a full moon like this, you know that we don't have favorable libration, at least on the eastern side. We might on the west, but we're just looking at this right-hand side now. Next slide. This is the biggie here. When I see something like this, I automatically start looking for those features. The C is moved in towards the center because we're starting to see either the moon not rotating as quickly as it needs to catch up. And if you look on the limb, on the edge of the moon, we will see that crater Endymion at the top with Mare Humboldtianum. Right to the right, we will see Mare Marginis, Mare Smithii below, and that Mare Australe on the bottom in about the 4 o'clock position. And we have this live in the eclipse tonight. Canary 2, we're losing it, but if we on Chile 2, but if we want to go to Chile 2, I can show you where they are. You will see them. And the exciting thing about this is you will never look at the moon the same way again. It's the first thing I look at. Where is Mare Crisium and what can I see? Can I see those features? Here it is. It's almost lost in the shadow of the Earth, but we can see Mare Crisium on the limb. I see these two dark little spots up on top. That's Endymion, the crater, which we almost always see. Mare Humboldtianum, we don't always see. That's there. I see Mare Marginis, Mare Smithii, we've almost lost, and Australia, we've lost completely. We're doing really good in this lunar cycle, in this lunar month, because Australia, the one on the very bottom, is one of the most difficult to see, but we're seeing part of that bottom of the moon is kind of twisted around a little bit, and we're seeing the sea almost in its entirety, which is something that we almost never see. That's usually the one that kind of gets lost. And we're just fortunate to have the moon twisted in such a way. And again, this is visible with the Slooh telescopes every single time we point it to the moon. The nice thing on this right-hand side of the moon, you don't have to wait for a full moon to see this. You will start to see these details as soon as we move away from new moon, and we're in that crescent phase, that waxing crescent. So my advice to people at home, this is one of the great benefits of the Slooh telescope, because we get to look for this every single time. We're not going to talk about the left-hand side of the moon today, but I got excited when I ran some simulations for this eclipse and I saw that these features were going to be available. And as we move out of the shadow, for those who stay up late enough, you will see these features reemerge as we leave the shadow of the moon, or the Earth, sorry.
That's great. Thank you, Keith. And it's this is also when people talk about the moon wobbling as well. John, I could see you listening to that intently, and I'm thinking, John's thinking that we need a lunar libration quest here.
I totally agree. Like I said, you will never look at the same way. You'll never look at them in the same way again. You know, you cannot unsee these features once you see them the first time.
Yeah.
You will always look, where is that Mare Crisium? If you only know one feature on the moon,
One feature, yeah.
You know where to look for these hidden features.
That's the one. Thank you,
part
Keith.
of the
What do you
moon we
think?
don't usually see.
What do you think, John? Are we going to have a lunar libration quest?
I think that would be a lot of fun. You know, we're planning a lot of quests that are going to be talking about orbital dynamics and such, and I think that that would be a very good example to showcase. And
It
it would
would.
be a quest that, you know, would be kind of it would be an easy quest to complete, you
Yeah.
know. It would really mean something to get that one done.
Well, if you need a hand in writing that one, I think we might have a willing accomplice there in Keith. So
You could
that's
do
great.
top, bottom, left, right features. You could have like 4 quadrants and see what we can see. It'd be a lot of fun.
Brilliant.
Hey, you already got an outline for me. Thank you.
Thank
There
you,
you go.
folks.
You should have that done by the weekend.
Now, John, before we move on to our next Lunar Legends honorable mentions, just for anybody who is joining late, tell us what we're looking at here.
So what we're looking at here is a total lunar eclipse. We're watching the Earth's umbra, darkest part of its shadow, starting to engulf the surface of the moon. And in about a good short 15 minutes, we'll start to have the moon be completely within the umbral shadow. So there is still part of the moon that's not in, and it's that really bright part towards the top. We've been adjusting the exposure level so that we can see the parts that are within the umbral shadow, and you'll see that they look red. And this is the blood moon. This is light passing through the Earth's atmosphere. Most of the blue light and the violet light and yellow light's being deflected away, and all of the reds and oranges are striking the moon and coming back towards us.
So you were talking about that color scale, and I reckon for me, in this particular feed, this looks like a brick red to me. What do you think?
I would agree with that. I think I see the brick red as well. So that would be an L3 on the
Okay.
Danjon scale.
Okay. By the way, is that information included in the special moments quest for the lunar eclipse, John? So if people want to learn about that more, they can go and have a look at that or not?
The Danjon scale actually is not in the quest.
not.
So this is
Okay.
a Star Party exclusive.
Okay, so they can watch that segment again because we can go back to the recording and watch that. So brilliant. John, I reckon it's time to showcase another 3 entries and honorable mentions into the Lunar Legends competition. What do you reckon?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay, so our first one is Lucero, who made a submission in the higher ed category. Now, Lucero created this artwork of the moon using paint and shaving cream on a canvas. This is a piece of artwork that you can touch, and it allows you to feel the moon's craters and ridges. Bit squishy, I would have thought, though, with shaving cream. She recorded it in slow motion to give it the effect of flying over the surface of the moon, which is quite cool. So almost looks good enough to eat. If that was done with kind of foam cream, that wouldn't last long in our household. Anyway, We've got another entry now. This video entry is from Martina, a 22-year-old astrophysics student. She recently captured the moon occulting the red planet Mars in this time-lapse video. I love these planetary occultations. They give a real sense of the clockwork nature of our solar system. John, explain what an occultation is. It's got nothing to do with wizards and stuff like that, has it?
That's right. It doesn't. The word means hidden in Latin. So what's happening is the Mars is basically passing right behind the the moon. And so in an interesting way, if we were orbiting around the Earth and if we were positioned correctly, the Earth would be occulting the moon right now. If we were on the day side, perfectly on the day side.
Yeah.
So that's what that is, and we see this in another place in the solar system. We see this a lot is the Galilean moons of Jupiter.
Yeah.
As the four biggest moons of Jupiter have a plane that kind of line up with our line of sight, and a lot of times they go behind Jupiter, and that's what we call it, the
Yeah.
occultation.
And it's not that easy to see in the live broadcast now, but don't forget we've shared these on our social media, so you can see that in full high definition on your own screen. But it brings us to Melissa, third mention in this segment. Melissa is an undergrad student working towards her degree in data visualization. Melissa has a passion for astronomy, and her goal is to bring the beauty of the cosmos to the public using engaging visuals in an understandable and accessible way. She combined her two great loves for this contest, which I share, space and cake. Although which order I would put those in depends on how hungry I am. To celebrate the moon, though, Melissa recreated the famous lunar landing. The moon is a vanilla cake covered in grey vanilla frosting and sprayed with an edible silver coating. She also added decorations on top to complete the scene. What do you think of this one, John? It looks pretty yummy. I was just disappointed that this entry wasn't actually sent to us.
Yeah, I mean, really, we got to take a bite in order to really properly,
Properly assess it.
assess
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
But
So
I really,
yeah,
this was really impressive.
it is.
I mean,
It
you can
is.
even look at the cake without the slice, and you could ask the question, is it cake?
Ah,
But it is.
Yeah. So next year we definitely want food entries sent in, but photographs just won't do. All right. So um John, that brings us on to our next subject, which we'll skip to quite quickly, but Pi Day, this was something very new to me. I haven't heard it being celebrated in the UK. When I got really excited about it, because when I first heard about Pi Day and you wanted to talk about Pi Day, I thought it was PIE. I thought we were going to be talking about pies and cakes and stuff, but it's not that, is it? What is it and why do we celebrate it?
No, this Pi Day is the Greek letter pi, and it's celebrated on March 14th because the date is the way that we format it here in the US. We do month first, then day. So we would write that down as 3/14, which is the first two digits of pi, 3.14. And pi is an incredibly important number in math. It helps us
Mm,
calculate circumferences, areas of circles, the famous, area equals pi times the radius squared. So people celebrate Pi Day by doing a lot of fun math activities and eating PIE pies, and sometimes even memorizing digits of pi.
okay. So maybe it is because the US uses that date format, which is why it's not something that's familiar to me in Europe. Um, but what does Pi Day have to do with the lunar eclipse? Anything?
Well, I mean, pi is connected to circles, the moon, the earth, the orbits are all, well, the orbits are elliptical, but the moon and the earth are round. And during a lunar eclipse, the earth's shadow is also circular, which is moving across the moon. We can kind of see the
Yeah.
circular shape here of the umbra. And so while we're celebrating Pi Day, we're watching a real life example of how circles and pi kind of shape the universe that we see around us.
Now, over the years, we've seen various people for hundreds of years trying to calculate the number of decimal places and digits in pi. Can it ever end? Does pi ever end? Gosh,
No,
that's a
so
really that's a phrase I never thought I'd say. And just the thought of pi ending, PIE. Sorry,
yep.
it's early here in the UK, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you got to keep the pie coming, keep it coming. But pi is an irrational number, which is means it's a decimal that never ends and it actually
Right.
never repeats itself either. And it's beautiful because it's the ratio between a circle's diameter and its circumference and its diameter. Now, I think a diameter is a better way to think about it than radius because radius is something that you can't really measure because you need to know the center of the circle. But a
Yeah.
diameter of a circle, you can take out a ruler and measure that. And so it took a long time for us to figure out, well, not a long time, but it took us some time to figure out what pi was. And so a lot of people will try and memorize pi to thousands of digits. The world
What?
record is knowing like 10,000 digits of pi. But even
No.
when you're doing like computer simulations, trying to, you know, do astrophysics work or do a universe simulation, you need to have pi known out to sometimes 8, sometimes 16 digits in order for the simulations to actually work correctly. So it's a very important number to know.
John, I'm looking aghast because I can't even remember my phone number, let alone 10,000 digits of pi.
I have no idea how they can do that. That's
I know,
amazing.
that's well beyond me. Are there fun ways that people celebrate Pi Day?
Yeah, so some popular ones, of course, eating pie. And pies are circular. Even pizza pies, if you want to go into more of a savory type pie. People try and memorize digits of pi and challenge each other to see who knows more. There's math problems that people do, science experiments, you know, taking some pies, maybe smashing it into their friends' faces, doing a pie throwing contest. And I was in graduate school in 2015, and so that was like a major year for Pi Day because in that format, US format of doing the dates, it was 3-1-4-1-5. So it was just
Okay,
perfect for Pi Day.
excellent, excellent. John, just remind people what we're saying before we go into the last of the Lunar Legends submissions.
So what we are seeing right here, we are seeing the Earth's umbral shadow, which is the darkest part of the Earth's shadow, almost engulfing the entire moon. There's just a little bit left to go. Now this is not a crescent phase. The moon is in a full moon phase right now. It's truly the
Mm,
Earth's shadow moving across. And in this picture that we can see here in the feeds, you can definitely see the curvature of the Earth. So the Earth isn't flat. The Earth is round, and we can see that here. Pure evidence, astronomical evidence.
excellent. So we are well into the eclipse now, as we can see from our live feeds, and drawing ever closer to the total phase. Which, how far away are we, John? We're just not
6
far away.
minutes.
Wow. Okay. So keep an eye on those live feeds, and we'll see the full depth of the color come in as well at that point. But anyway, very shortly we are going to be announcing our winners. Just around eclipse maximum, I would think. But and John's going to come back and he's going to discuss the special moments quests that we've got and various lunar features and eclipse phenomena we've been watching. But what are we going to see now? So we've got two amazing entries to the Lunar Legends competition. There are two short sound clips that we've got coming up, but I haven't got details actually of which ones we're going to show. So Gretchen, if you could pull those in, please, we'll take a look at these. John, feel free to comment on any of them that come in if you remember them. some Anthony, 6th, 12th grade. That's what the category that he entered. Ode to the Moonlight's Embrace. Lovely, lovely poem there. So what else have we got, Gretchen? Don't forget, you can look at all of these on our social media, so you can read all of these. What's this one here, John? What are we looking at here? Can you make it out?
This project, I remember this. This is a project about Jupiter's moon, Io, and it's a very awesome timeline of the discovery of Io and Galileo, starting with Galileo all the way up to today. And then he also shared a slideshow that he had put together and presented to his class all about Io as well.
Very good. And we did say it was moon related. The competition was moon related. And that's why he picked Io. And this is an incredible moon as well, isn't it, John? It's the most active volcanic body in the solar system.
Yeah,
John?
that's right. It's orbiting so close to Jupiter that it's basically being squished like a sponge. And it's almost futile to map the surface because the surface changes so frequently that they have
Mm,
to keep making new maps of it. I think it was when one of the Voyager missions went by, they noticed something was on the limb of Io and they couldn't
that's
figure out
right.
what it was. And
Yeah.
it actually ended up being a volcano that was erupting like something like 200 miles up above the surface of Io. It's the most geologically active body in the solar system. Really
Okay.
fascinating.
We got Addison here, higher ed entry, wrote a song that embodies his signature style of standing out and pushing creative boundaries. Also reflects themes of ambition, exploration, and breaking points. We'll have to skip forward. What have we got here, John? Can you remember this?
This is a beautiful poem that Muhammad from our t 6th to 12th grade category wrote, and I believe this one was a rhyming couplet, I
Yes,
believe they're called.
yes, rhyming couplet. What else have we got, Gretchen? Let's flip through them. Oh, two lunar images captured. That's pretty good. Um, That's using the same kind of telescopes that some of our members are using tonight. And Jonathan, you can listen to Jonathan's song that he composed a few years ago, A Winter's Moon, on our social media channels. So it's a cool one, actually, because he's got the whole of the university band playing his composition, which is an absolute beautiful piece of music. Let's watch this one, shall we?
Oh yes.
How the Moon Was Made.
Hi, I'm
Oh,
Oh,
we'll get there. Everson, don't worry, we'll get there.
he's in kindergarten, by the way.
Amazing.
Hi, I'm Emerson. That is Earth and that is Thea. And Thea is going to crash into the Earth, but not yet. Hello, I'm Thea and I'm going to crash into the Earth. Boom! Oh, oh, boom, boom. Oh, boom, boom. Oh, boom, boom. Oh, boom, boom. Oh, boom. A huge ball of rock fell off of the Earth. And now we have the Earth and Moon. The Moon is rotated around the Earth.
That's like a piece of performance art. I love the creativity of that. And you said, John, Emerson is kindergarten student.
Yeah, kindergarten student. And
Wow.
it's a very brilliant way of, showing this collision because you could see the matter exchange between Thea
Yeah.
breaking up and part of the moon. So this is why there's part of the stuff from the Earth we see on the moon,
Yeah.
but stuff on the moon is stuff that we kind of don't see on the Earth. So it was so beautiful.
Yeah.
And he even had a core in the Earth
Exactly.
there.
That had all of the layers of the Earth because that that is one of the strongest parts of that theory, that why the different compositions of the moon and Earth are so similar. This one is from Taha. We won't, once again, you can read this on our social media channels. We'll probably share these on the general website as well after the competition. What else we got? So there's another poem song from Samyak, beautifully written. What's next? Yeah, that on that one, John, we loved that they'd put, this song is not AI generated. I created this song. I think there's quite a few songwriters, professional songwriters, who are protesting against all of this as well. So Madeline
Absolutely.
K5 entrant, poem in here, and a beautiful drawing of the solar system accompanying. I love that drawing, by the way. Love that drawing. And next. Oh, so this is, I think, the last one that we're going to listen to here. This is Brian reciting his I Am the Moon poem.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian. I'm from second grade. I'm going to recite a poem about the moon, titled, I Am the Moon. I am the moon. You will know me soon. When I show up, tides will go up. When I show up, crabs will come up. When I show up, fish will jump up. When I show up, coral will cheer up. When I hide, I'll back the tide. It's all by my gravity. Hope you get the clarity. Thank you.
I love that, and it was beautifully read as well. That was very cool, that one, wasn't it, John?
It was very cute. I really liked it.
Yeah. John, let's move on. How close are we now to timing wise to we're there actually. So total eclipse has now begun. So just a couple of minutes ago. But this gets deeper and deeper in color. That's what we're going to see now. So I'm looking at the image captures. So don't forget, if you're a Slooh member, if you go to the Star Party page, just click the little tab that says Slooh member feed. Click on that. You'll see the familiar, I'm going to do it now. Click on the little camera icon and snap your image. We are looking forward to seeing these images in your special moments quest, and that, John, is what we're going to talk about now. Can you tell us a little bit more about this special moments quest celebrating tonight's blood moon lunar eclipse? What have you done for us?
Yeah, so sure, if we could switch over to slide 14 really quickly. The quest to look out for is called the Worm Total Lunar Eclipse 2025. And so you can search for it on the quest discovery page. The overview page looks like what's on the right there. And this is where you can start the quest. If you go to the next step, this is showing step 1, which is covering what the worm moon is, the rest of the full moons throughout the year and next year. Um, go to the next slide there. And covers what other cultures have named the March full moon. So there's actually a more extensive list of various cult names from other cultures in the quest than I showed earlier. But you can learn all about that, and you can also learn what the full moons are going to be named for this year and also for next year as well.
John,
Now,
you
if we go to
you said your favorite name was the Vietnamese one, is that right?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that because that one they called the worm moon as well. And so there's this similarity across cultures, across continents for naming the full moon something. And I think that's really fascinating. Did it happen by chance? Did it start off as being the worm moon before the humans migrated over into the Americas? Who knows? But it's really fascinating coincidence.
What else we got in the quest?
So in the next step, this is where we learn all about lunar eclipses. Um, and it covers what a lunar eclipse is, it covers why it happens, there's a section that's dedicated to explaining why the moon turns red during a lunar eclipse. And if you go to the next slide, at the bottom of this step, there is image slots for you to put in the images that you're capturing tonight during the star party. We do have 49, yes, 49 image slots for you to put in here. If you've been snapping pictures from the beginning, you'll probably have 49 images by the end of the show. But if you only have one, your one favorite image from the lunar eclipse, that's actually all you need. You just need to put that into the first slot there, and you'll still be able to proceed to the next step, which if we can go to the next slide, this is where you'll be designing your total lunar eclipse of the worm moon 2025 poster. And so you'll see that we put this vast black box right in the center of the poster where you can put in all of your images captured tonight. And you can do, put on your creative hat and you can do, you could put rows of the images in chronological order to show the progression. You can put these lunar images maybe in a spiral going all the way down to the center. I really love seeing the creativity that comes out of these Moments Quest posters of
Yeah.
eclipses. I think my favorite one that I saw was somebody did like a sine wave where they were starting in the bottom left corner and they were moving up, and in the center of the sine wave, in the center of the poster was totality. And so that's like
Yeah.
another cool way that you can design these posters. Excuse me. And while there are words on here in the bottom left, you can change those words too. If you have a better definition for what a total lunar eclipse is, you can go ahead and change that. These posters are completely editable, so make sure that you make these yours.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure you snap your images from the live feeds tonight. We've got lots of new members. Seen some homeschoolers, they've signed up tonight. Quite a few new students coming in as well from various colleges and schools around the world. So that's exciting to see. So John, you can also then take your images and use the animation quest as well that we've got to turn it into a time-lapse animation. They're always rather cool to see, aren't they?
Yes, they really are. And you can share those animations as observations, so you can share them with everybody. So we'd really love to see what you make.
Yeah. John, we are going to talk, well, would you like to talk about lunar features? Because we need to catch up a little bit, I think. Shall we talk about lunar features, or shall we skip forward to talking about the phenomena that we've seen so far?
Well, you know, either way works great for me, to be honest with you. We can quickly go through the features, or we can just jump right into talking about what we're seeing.
Let's jump into what we're seeing now. So if we can get back to the live feed, because we have got a lovely little chat session as well anyway, and we can maybe talk about some of the lunar features with Keith. I know Keith is joining that as well. So
Awesome.
which phase of the lunar eclipse are we in, and what have we got left?
So right now we are in third contact. The lunar eclipse has begun its totality. So the entire moon is within the umbra. And this is according to looking at the clock. Even though I can kind of see like in the 10 o'clock position, it's still a little bit bright in there, up there. But if we remember the one slide that we were looking at the moon's trajectory coming into the umbra, we know that the southern part of the moon, or the moon that's like at probably about 5 o'clock right now, or ish, that's closer to the center of the umbral shadow than 11 o'clock on the moon. Or in this one that we're seeing here, the bottom of the moon is closer to the center of the umbral shadow than the top. So we should expect the bottom of the moon to look more red, look more dark. And it totally looks like that to me. You can see this gradient of color coming from the south.
So we've got 20 minutes until maximum eclipse. So that's when we're going to see that white area disappear totally, isn't it?
Totally.
When it's deep in the heart of that umbral shadow that we explained earlier.
Yep, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Very cool, very cool. And don't forget, we are going to be hosting this until the end of this total lunar phase, but the image stream is going to carry on. So you can carry on watching on YouTube, Facebook, and on the website. We'll just have some music in the background. Keep snapping those images so you can capture the entire eclipse tonight. Australia, if that's clear down there, we'll have views from the Australian Observatory as well. So thank you for that, John. Don't forget, we're going to talk about lunar features in our little round table discussion. But now I would like to introduce Anna Palucci. Anna, are you there?
I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Anna.
I
Now,
am
tell us,
here.
first of all, what do you do at Slooh? Because I know it's an amazing job that you do. You're absolutely brilliant. But you haven't really been working full time at Slooh for very long, have you?
I haven't, only about a little over a year now, which is kind of crazy. But I run education partnerships for Slooh. So constantly trying to reach new students and expand our network. And then I also do marketing. So I'm
Okay.
behind a lot of the social media content that you see.
So if we've got new educators who haven't heard about Slooh before, if they want to get their students involved using live robotic telescopes around the world, all of our Quest learning activities, what do they do? Can they email you, contact you somehow? What do they do?
Yep. I think the best action item is go to slooh.com, fill out the contact form, and then I will follow up directly and we can set up a demo and go from there.
Brilliant. Now, you have been instrumental in the Lunar Legends Showcase contest. So can you tell us a little bit more about it, how it came about, and what we asked people to do?
Yeah, totally. So, as you saw, kind of, this was a creative student contest that we opened up to the public in honor of the eclipse. The idea was really for students of all age groups around the world to submit a creative project pertaining to the moon. And that was kind of all of the instruction that we gave. We wanted it to be super open-ended so that students could take that concept and get super creative and kind of run with it as they did. And we could just see all the ways that the moon inspires them. And I mean, the students really came through. The submissions were amazing. But that was
Yeah.
the gist of it. It was just a creative project pertaining to the moon.
Yeah. And we were stunned when we all sat around the judging panel. I mean, some of those entries, I think it's fair to say, some of us teared up when
Yeah.
we were watching them and reading them. Absolutely amazing. What kind of submissions did we get in the end? We've seen
Um,
so many of them, but
So, I mean, so many, like I said, from students all over the world, which was really cool to see all different age groups from higher ed students who are majoring in astronomy to kindergarteners, which is incredible. Some were new to Slooh, some were Slooh users, some classrooms the teacher actually made doing this project an assignment, which was really cool.
yeah,
We got around 50 submissions across obviously all kinds of mediums, and that was the best part, was just seeing
yeah.
all the different mediums covered. I mean, drawings, videos, songs, stories, the cake. I mean, the cake was my favorite because I love cake. Um, I mean, you got a glimpse in all the honorable mentions of just how many mediums were covered, but all kinds of submissions. It was
So
so cool.
how did you possibly choose winners when the range of submissions was so great?
I mean, choosing winners, we had a little bit of a panel of judges. It was a little brutal. How can you possibly judge creativity and art from these students who are talking about how the moon inspires them or calms them? And I think that one of the best parts was their projects were so personal and vulnerable and thoughtful. So choosing winners was really hard. And that's why we chose a few winners. We tried to do different age categories. And then obviously we did all the honorable mentions because I felt like we just couldn't leave any of them out. And again, go to our social media to see more of the honorable mentions. But ultimately, I think our winners were people that we felt like put in a combination of a lot of effort, a lot of thought, and then also had a bit of a wow factor where we were like, wow,
Yeah,
that really touched us. I mean, they all touched us. That was the hard part, though.
exactly. Now, we've got special prizes that you'll explain in a minute for our actual winners, but we did decide that all of the entrants all of them, without question, were of such a high standard that they all needed to be rewarded. So what did we give all of the entrants?
We were very excited. We gave everybody Slooh accounts, and we're excited because we created different workspaces for the different age groups. So I can't wait to kind of see them form little communities and maybe share observations that they collect. But I think that it was key. I mean, we had to give them all accounts. And then for the winners, we gave them an account, but then we also gave them an additional account to give to a friend. So it was kind of like you win one and you get to give one. And then they also got a feature to be on this show, and we did an interview. And then we're also sending some special Slooh merch.
Slooh merch, it's really cool. You've done well there. Marketing department, thumbs up for the Slooh merch. Thank you very much for that, Anna. So listen, the time has come. We've kept everybody waiting far too long. It's time to announce our Lunar Legend winner. So who did you choose?
All right, so I'll announce our first winner first. Drum roll. I just had my 2 a.m. coffee, so I'm amped up. Our first winner was from the higher ed category. Her name is Jamie. She is a senior at Siena College in New York. She's studying physics and theater, and she wrote an amazing piano and vocal piece called The Lunar Lullaby, which completely reflects her 2 majors and embodies everything that this contest was about, combining science and creativity and art. So very excited to show you her piece.
Wow. I mean, that's just stunning. I mean, studying physics and theatre, what a wonderful way of combining those 2 pieces. So that was the Lunar Lullaby. It's pretty epic, isn't it?
It had a whole other effect too, watching totality as I mean, that was amazing. It had so much more power and emotion, and her voice is beautiful.
It was. Anna, if people want to hear Jamie's song again, have we popped that on our social media?
I will tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll do a formal winner's announcement with the full song and everything.
And you know tomorrow's today now, don't you?
Oh, true.
Yeah, true. It's breakfast time for me over here in the UK. But our judging panel was unanimous in congratulating our second winner's entry for its creativity and mix of science and science fiction. So big drum roll then, Anna, please announce our second winner.
Our second winner was from the 6 through 12 category.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christine.
Oh, are we playing Naomi's interview first? Or?
Yeah, we'll come up. You carry on and introducing.
Okay. Was a high school student from Georgia. Her name is Naomi, and like you said, she wrote an amazing short story called The Moon Never Forgets, where she mixed in historical facts and accuracy with poetry, and it was a really kind of awesome blend of mediums. And yeah, totally stood out to us.
The moon never forgets. The moon is a loyal companion. It never leaves. It's always there, watching, steadfast, knowing us in our light and dark moments. A quote by Tahira Mafi. Dear Moon, are you watching? The moon has secrets, craters like mouths, whispers etched in stone, light so gentle, but it saw the first bones. Before the flag, before the boot, before the fire, it washes crawl from the mire, and it waits. The first message came through an old satellite relay, a garbled transmission buried under layers of cosmic static, accidentally unearthed by amateur radio enthusiasts. The voice crackled like dry leaves. Are you still there? Have you seen it? We were wrong. No signature, no timestamp, but the coordinates traced back. Sea of Tranquility, Apollo 11's landing site. July 20, 1969. Neil Armstrong's small step, humanity's giant leap. But what if something else is watching? Letter to the Moon, Entry 1. Recovered from debris, date unknown. Dear Moon, I know you can see me. You saw the first breath in the dark. You saw us gather sticks and sparks to hold back the night. You saw us shape stone into gods, hoping they protect us from you. I stare up at you now, and you stare back, full, pale, watching. Why do I feel like you remember something we don't? NASA dismissed the transmission as interference. Solar flares, equipment decay, the usual. But then came the second message, picked up by a Sleuth telescope in Chile, clear this time. It's moving under the surface. The footprints, Armstrong's, are gone. The feed cut out after that. The operator said he felt watched, though he was alone in the observatory. Letter to the Moon, Entry 2. Dear Moon, did you call us up there, or did we invite ourselves? Buzz Aldrin said he felt uneasy. He said something was out there, besides them, watching from a ridge. NASA brushed it off, but we never went back after 1972, did we? Not really, just machines now. Things we can leave behind, like sacrifices. The third message didn't come as sound. It came as silence, a slew live-streamed aimed at the Tycho crater. Viewers watched the feed glitch, distort before the screen showed something impossible. Footprints, fresh, leading towards the camera, but no astronaut, no rover, just footprints pressing into the dust as if made by invisible feet. The chat filled with confusion, then panic before the stream was cut. Letter to the Moon, Final Entry. Dear Moon, I see the dark spots on your face. Mycosium, myosineratitis. Seas, they called them, but there's no water, is there? Just scars, old wounds, and something underneath, something stirring. Are we the first to visit you, or the first to return? You are not just a light in our sky. You are an eye, and it is open. Poem fragment, found on Apollo 17 capsule. The dust remembers, the stone keeps time. We left our mark, but it erased mine. Beneath the crust, the old ones creep. They watch, they wait, go back to sleep. NASA never acknowledged the messages, but the cameras aimed at the moon, they're not just for research anymore. They're watching, because maybe it's watching back. Final note, if you guys at the full moon tonight and the shadows look different, don't blink, because the footprints might be moving, and the moon never forgets. Are you still there?
I love it.
It was brilliant, but I'd only read it. I had not heard Naomi's recording of it, and hearing it in her voice, she read it beautifully as
I know she
well.
performed it. She embodied that eerie tone that it has. And I just love this idea
Yeah,
that the moon has secrets and it's watching us. And it was so different in tone from everyone else's submission, which is all about how
yeah,
the moon is so comforting and inspiring. And it was really
yeah.
cool.
Slightly dark and
Yeah.
made even better because we were listening to that while we're watching this blood moon
Yeah.
lunar eclipse. Now, Anna, have we got an interview that you did with Naomi to play?
Yes, I think we were going to show that.
Cool.
She was awesome. Hello, everybody. I am here with our 6 through 12 Lunar Legends winner, Naomi. Thank you so much for joining us, Naomi. It's such a pleasure. I wanted to start, Naomi, with just getting a little bit of an introduction to you. Introduce yourself, what grade you're in, and some of your interests, hobbies, anything you want to share with the SLU community.
Hi, my name is Naomi, and I'm an 11th grader at Stockbridge High School and a dual enrollment student at Georgia State University. Obviously, I like to read, which is what inspired my submissions, which was writing. And I also like art. That helps?
Awesome. Yeah, awesome. I love it. Very creative. Are you new to SLU? And I guess what inspired you to enter our lunar eclipse competition? How'd you hear about us?
Yes, I'm new to SLU. I found the Discord link, and Christina, who's the owner of the server, she had posted the link for the Lunar Legends competition, and that's how I found out about it and entered my submission.
Awesome. Well, your submission was obviously a standout. Naomi wrote a really awesome story where she mixed a bunch of different mediums together. She's going to tell us about it in a second. You'll also get to hear her read the story out loud. And now you're going to become a SLU user, which is exciting as well. But yeah, first, just tell us a bit about your submission. How did you come up with the idea? I know that there was a certain thing that inspired you, and I know our audience would love to hear about that.
Okay. My story, the title is The Moon Never Forgets, and it's a blend of analog horror, lunar history, and poetic expression. So it explores humanity's relationship with the moon through letters, poems, and broadcast transcripts. It's supposed to create a sense of unease while incorporating real lunar science.
It was very cool. It definitely had like a very eerie tone to it. And you really evoked this feeling that the moon was alive, almost like it was watching us. And one thing in your description that you wrote is that it was watching us with its own plans. And I really felt like your story evoked that. Can you kind of expand on what you meant by that idea and what inspired that?
So I had wanted to create something that combined my love for astronomy with my interest in horror storytelling. So the moon has always been a mysterious and constant presence in our lives, and I thought it would be interesting to explore the idea of it watching us just as we watch it. So the idea was actually inspired by there's this YouTube series called Local 58, and it uses YouTube videos like broadcast transcripts, and it's like apparently, well, it's mysterious, you don't really know, but like it portrays the moon as something dark, something that you can't look at. Yeah. They do something like that with the moon in the series.
I like that idea, and that's exactly what you evoked. And it was funny too, because so many of the submissions which is also beautiful, where people were saying how they would go out and look at the moon, and it was so comforting to them, and it brought them such peace. And you kind of really disrupted that in the best way, and was like, no, what if the moon is watching us, and there's something eerie going on here? And I thought that was really creative, and it totally embodied our motive in making this a creative competition and bringing art into it. I also just thought that your poetry was really beautiful too. The way it flowed, that definitely stood out to me, especially. What was the most exciting or challenging part of working on this project for you?
I have to say the most exciting part was weaving in like real lunar history in a way that felt natural and immersive within the story. While the biggest challenge would be while balancing that eerie tone while still making sure the science is accurate. Because I want the story to feel both unsettling and grounded in reality.
It was. It totally was. The way you brought in Apollo 11 and real life stuff that's happened in history, that was very cool. You combined poetry with historical fiction, and again, you did a really good job of blending that. That kind of leads me into my next question is, how do you think like art and writing or science communication can really help people understand and appreciate astronomy, and even broader STEM fields?
So I think storytelling makes science more accessible and emotional because while facts alone can be fascinating, but when you weave like them into a compelling narrative, people connect with them on a deeper level. I think art and writing helps bridge the gap, sorry, between technical knowledge and human curiosity, making astronomy feel more personal and inspiring.
I love that. It's so true, and that's a big part of SLU too. Like our whole curriculum is about showing students the intersectionality between different subjects, like obviously astronomy and different STEM subjects, but also art, and that there's so much creativity and storytelling embedded in astronomy. And I think for too long too, like students have felt that kind of art and STEM have needed to be at odds with each other, like you have to be into one or the other. But students like you are showing that you can really do so much with both and create something like what you created. What do you have dreams of maybe pursuing a career in space, in STEM? What are you hoping? What are your career aspirations? I know you're 11th grade, so it's okay if you don't know.
No, I do know. I want to pursue a PhD in astrophysics.
Awesome. Very cool. Are you studying astronomy at all in high school? Do you have an astronomy elective you're taking?
No, there's no astronomy related classes at my school.
Wow.
It makes it
How
hard.
That does make it hard. I mean, you kind of have to get into it on your own. How did you get into astronomy, and figure out that that's definitely something you wanted to pursue?
So, I actually got inspired, like wanted to do astronomy from there's this YouTube series called Solar Balls, and it portrays the celestial objects in our universe as beings with their own personalities, and I like that. And so I started getting into space and I started reading books, watching documentaries, and it just evolved.
Awesome. Well, I'm hoping that SLU could be a good resource for you to kind of continue your learning and exploring. We actually are developing a whole career and technical education program on SLU to really show students, like even younger than you, career pathways into space science and the emerging space economy, and especially so many schools don't cover astronomy, and so many students really have to do the work on their own like you have. So hopefully SLU can be a good resource for you to continue learning. And I'm really excited to keep following you and see you achieve your dreams.
Thank you.
That was a great interview, Anna. You absolutely nailed it, and so did Naomi. And you're right. And she's right. So many schools don't study astronomy at all. And I think what this competition has shown me is what we've always talked about here at SLU. Astronomy is kind of this gateway into STEM, but it goes way beyond. There's all these different perspectives. We can all look up, we can all be astronomers, we can all be inspired by this stuff to write poetry, stories, music, and doing the science. But a lot of schools and groups of students who have done this, a lot of schools who aren't teaching astronomy, they use SLU as a kind of after school activity, don't they?
Yeah, totally. It's a great resource. If it's not part of their mainstream curriculum, it's a great additional resource, especially just to provide with students who are interested. Because then, I mean, the whole point of SLU, it's very autonomous for students, so then they can kind of take off with it and do their own learning.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the quests that John and the quest team develop are meant to be fully encapsulated, not requiring any educator input, although that always adds loads. Now, Anna, I didn't ask you at the beginning, have you got clear skies where you are at the moment?
Oh, you see, my apartment has terrible visibility of the sky, which is so sad, but I'm in Manhattan.
Okay.
So I'll try to look out the window, but you can barely see the sky out my window. It's just buildings.
Okay, well, you will have the opportunity to do that. By the way, you also recorded an interview with Jamie as well, didn't you?
I did not. Christina, who's our marketing associate, did though. But we
Well,
could
why
show
don't
a
we
portion
watch
of
that now? Should we watch
Yeah.
that now? Okay,
Let's watch some of it.
here it is.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christina Gatto, and today we are chatting with Jamie, the winner of our Lunar Legends competition in the higher ed category. So, Jamie, can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you?
Yeah, so I am a senior physics major at Siena College in Albany. I'm originally from Boston, Mass, and I'm currently in the grad school application circus.
Yep, understandable. I'm right there with you. So what inspired you to enter SLU's Lunar Eclipse competition?
So I first saw it on Instagram, and while I haven't been in the astro scene in college per se, I am an astro club, started by Christina Gatto, and it was so fun to get together and observe, and I thought, what a cool artistic way to celebrate the lunar eclipse.
Yeah, well, that's so awesome. Can you tell us a little bit about your submission? We're definitely going to show it, but can you just tell what inspired it?
Yeah, so the piece of music is called Lunar Lullaby, which was actually, I discovered it as a choral piece. And it's basically an anthem to appreciating just how big and important this field is. And the fact that though we may be so small, we're a part of it. And we get to be an honorable little piece of this puzzle. There's lyrics like you are my radiant celestial child. Like, we are so important to this big thing that seems so much more massive and important than us, but really we're just as big of a part.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. And your submission was like phenomenal. It was so beautiful. You genuinely had so many of us like on the deciding committee in actual tears. So it was a very, very moving piece. So thank you for submitting that.
Yeah.
Was there anything like challenging about just your submission itself, or like what was the most exciting part of it? Tell us a bit more about like the details that went into it.
Absolutely. In terms of challenges, like I said, I did find it as a choral piece, so adapting it for one voice on one instrument was a good little challenge. And it was hard to find a place to record it, because that's in our college's chapel, and while the acoustics are immaculate, it can sometimes make words not distinct when you're trying to sing them. So there were many takes of it not sounding like English. But that was kind of fun. And sort of after that, I was able to compose parts, which, you can't sing parts with yourself, but it was fun to play around with how it would sound as a choral piece.
That's awesome. Oh my gosh, I love that. Different segue. So how do you think art or writing or any form of like science communication can help people better understand and appreciate not just astronomy, but like other science and STEM fields? Like, how is integrating science with the humanities very important?
I'm so excited by this question because my whole educational journey is interdisciplinary science and arts, and art is so important for understanding different facets of the human experience that may or may not belong to us. So while not everyone is an astronomer who gets to see beautiful data come in the door every day, we can still share that with each other because the knowledge is so important whether we're astronomers or not. My career goal is in more dark matter, like rare event search, and that's sort of where I got that inspiration of, this is knowledge that's going to mean something to everyone. So we have a duty as those who are knowledgeable in it to communicate it and spread it. And the way that it sticks when it's spread is through artistic appreciation, because no matter how grouchy of scientists we may think we are, everything that we explore outside of science that brings us joy is going to have art in it.
Yeah, I agree completely. And the reason we kept this competition so open was we wanted people to be able to express their knowledge and their love for astronomy, specifically the lunar eclipse, but astronomy overall in any like form or medium that connected best with them. So we had piano pieces, we had guitar songs, we had poems, we had stories, we had so many different mediums, and it was just so beautiful to see everyone's interpretation of like the moon and like how it connects with them and their feelings on it, and across all different like age groups. So it was really, really beautiful to see all the submissions come in.
That's so cool. I think specifically with the lunar eclipse, it's something that, yes, it will happen more than once in our lifetime, but I think that's really special because when we experience our first one, we can know in confidence that we'll get to see it again. And the piece I put together was to show a gratitude that we can see something so big more than once in our tiny little blip.
Yeah, and that's so beautiful to think about too. Is there anything that like fascinates you most about just the field of space and astronomy in particular?
Yeah, I think what's most fascinating is how the very small can tell us so much about the very big. When you're studying something like particle physics, you're always looking to relate it to bigger concepts like universe timelines, and kinematics of galaxies, like humongously awesome things that we can know so much about by studying the very small. I think what else is fascinating about it is that it's, deep space for us tiny humans is inherently dangerous and violent to the human body, if you will.
Yeah.
And yet we see so much beauty in it. When I explain this to people, I compare it to the ocean, where the ocean is big and dangerous and largely unknown, but it contains such beautiful life and science and discovery. And being created in love, we know that it might be dangerous, but it's still worth exploring.
Yeah, and honestly, there is something so beautiful and like poetic about just being able to love and appreciate something without, directly interfering with it, as like, astronomy or the ocean. So appreciating something from afar, but getting to understand and know it so closely, I think is very human intrinsically, but also very beautiful.
Agreed.
Yeah. Do you have, I know you already mentioned dark matter and interdisciplinary studies. Is there any dreams you have of pursuing a career in science or STEM?
Yes, definitely. So I was just accepted into a few grad programs with the goal of the career goal being big rare event searches. So the dream is to work on a big international cooperation that is looking for the unseeable. I've through my coursework later into my Siena career, I have more of an appreciation for the theoretical side of that. So I'm hoping to see, I'm hoping to get to do a little bit of the theoretical imagination that allows for experiments to happen. So that's hopefully what the PhD journey will look like, and some big collaboration in the future.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's so exciting. Congratulations on your acceptances. That's a huge feat.
Thank you.
Gosh. Another thing, I know me and you personally saw the solar eclipse last year together, and that was phenomenal. If you could witness any other astronomical event in person, what would it be and why?
Oh my gosh. Like any event, like
anything across the board. It could be like wildly unrealistic.
Okay. This is probably about as unrealistic as it gets, but the singularity of a black hole has been like an itch in my brain, and I bet in many others that we just can't scratch because we can't seem to spatially or chronologically get there. But seeing what does actually lie there would be incredible.
Yeah, just like the true unfathomable nature of it is so like intriguing. So I agree completely. That would be awesome.
Yeah, so cool.
Yeah. So like I guess I already mentioned we watched the solar eclipse together, but what excites you most about seeing astronomical events, like obviously on Earth in person? Like what part of that is most exciting or most fun to you?
Yeah, well, I think, um when we're here on Earth, we can often forget how marvelous and big these events that are happening far away from us. Yes, but still, if you look at something that you say, "Oh my gosh, that's so far away," right? That's X light years away. Compared to infinity, it's nothing at all. Every number compared to infinity is nothing at all. So when you look at, oh, that eclipse or that supernova explosion is happening so far away, that has nothing to do with me. Well, numerically it does have to do with you, and we can appreciate it. And so what I especially love is when we gather as a community with equipment that allows us to view these events, and we can remember that, like I said, though we are so small, we can witness stuff that is so much bigger than us.
Excellent interview there, Anna. So we saw Christina there. She's our newest member of staff. We got a little interview that we're going to show at the end of the star party. But what can you tell us about Christina? Because she's inspirational. She's helped form lots of careers.
She's amazing. I mean, you may have heard there, she started the astronomy club at her college in Siena College. And I actually met her at the American Astronomy Society conference just a few months ago, and we immediately clicked. She's also started a whole Discord community for aspiring astronomers, and has gotten a ton of traction from high schoolers that, like we talked about, don't teach or don't learn astronomy at their schools and are interested. And now Slooh is a great resource for that community, and we're so lucky to have her. She's great.
Yeah, Christina is an absolute ball of energy, and you go into a meeting with her and it's just this energy and inspiration and everything about her. So and she's passionate about outreach and getting astronomy into the hands of so many people. But what I got there from those interviews, and also some of the things that our other entrants have written, is there are so many of them who are forging careers in the new space economy. I mean, it's lovely to watch this, because we've been talking about it for years, but we're now seeing this happen. People with working in this such an exciting industry, that's their target. They're going for it big time, aren't they?
Totally. And I mean, there's so much ambition in it that's just amazing to see. And I mean, I didn't know what I wanted to do in high school. And like, look at Naomi. I was like, it's okay if you don't know yet. And she's like, oh,
Yeah.
I know what I want to do. And I'm like, oh, I love it. It's amazing. It really is.
It is. What do before I let you go, what do you make of the live views tonight, Anna? It's pretty beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. That color is just fabulous.
And
I tried to look out my window and couldn't see anything.
Nothing.
So this is
That's a
great.
shame. Well, I was just looking at my Slooh snaps that I've been taking from the feed tonight, and the color is even richer in those.
I need to look at my photos.
So the posters that we're going to get are going to be absolutely astonishing.
I know, I might have to post some of those.
Exactly. But it brings me actually to the last thing I wanted to talk to you about. So we've had the Lunar Legends competition, but all year we've been running another competition, and students have still got time to enter it. It's the Gravity Awards. What can you tell us about those?
Sure. So this is an ongoing student competition that we basically judge, and it culminates every few weeks in recognizing a winner. It's all about showcasing the best of student work. It's about emphasizing the importance of science communication and just really emphasizing our community on Slooh. But basically, just to enter the competition, for anyone interested, you just share observations that you have, or posters, or anything in your workspace or in the community section. And then we'll feature the most interesting and popular observations. And it will include at the end, like, group or individual recognition based on whatever it is, and fun new way to earn gravity points. So definitely I encourage you to share any captures that you get tonight, any posters, and we'll probably do another round of it in a few weeks.
Excellent. Now, all of the entrants we said earlier have been given a Slooh account for the next year. Have those gone out to them? So if they're watching in, what have they received their invites yet?
They've received their invites, and as I said, they'll be a part of different workspaces. So definitely share your observations there, and we'll get that community section going, and the different age groups interacting with each other should be pretty cool.
Brilliant. And for any educators or students who want to talk to their teachers about getting into SLU's platform to learn astronomy, space science, and earth science, what do they need to do? Remind us.
Go to slooh.com, fill out a contact form. I'll reach out, or you can email me directly. It's just anna@slooh.com. And I'm happy to, if you're a student, help you bring it to your school, or if you're an educator, set up a meeting and give you a demo of our awesome platform.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for joining us, Anna. And thank you so much for organizing this amazing competition. I think we were kind of overwhelmed with the response, and the breadth and depth of the entries were just absolutely amazing. Any final words on that?
Oh, it was really touching, honestly, just to seeing our community engage like that, and to reach new students too. I think it was really great in reaching the broader community. Christina's Discord server, as I mentioned earlier, was a huge part of that. So thank you to her, and thank you to you and Gretchen and everyone else. It was a success for sure.
It was brilliant. Thank you very much. And we'll see you then for the Gravity Awards, because that's going to be even bigger.
Yes, I'm excited. Thanks.
Thank you, Anna. You take care. Are you going to bed now, or are you going to stay up and
I think I'm going to stay up, watch the rest of the show and that coffee. I mean, now I'm
once you've done the coffee, there's no point in going back.
There's no going back. All right.
Anyway,
bye.
Thank you, Anna. Thanks for joining us. Well, everybody, what an amazing eclipse. What an amazing competition we've had. I hope you're still snapping your images, because when I did look at my snaps on my laptop, they are showing a beautiful, deep, rich color. But anyway, listen, we've got another 10, 12 minutes maybe of this total eclipse phase. We'll still see some color there. Don't forget, we got live views all the way through to the very end of the eclipse in, gosh, I think it's a couple of hours, isn't it? A few hours. But we've got about 15 minutes where I'm going to welcome back Dr. John Bovair and Keith Wozaleski. Milton's around as well. We can have a little chat about how the event's gone, anything that we've missed. We've dealt with all of the questions that we had. So, John, I'll come to you first. What do you make of the finalists?
Oh, I really enjoyed the finalists. The Lunar Lullaby, I'll admit, brought me to tears. It was just a beautiful connection. I really loved the interview too. You know, what she was saying about how, when you discover these scientific ideas, art is kind of the mechanism to get those ideas out to the greater community. And I think that really shows, like in our quests, where at the end you develop this art piece, this poster to share what you've learned with everybody. And Naomi was just fantastic. I love that. I love that short story, and just like what you were saying, I love the way that she spoke it. I didn't listen to her speak it before the show either. Blown away, and just she was awesome.
Yeah, I think that's what was interesting, that actually, we awarded her a win of us just reading the story, but frankly, her reading it magnified that, fourfold, multiple times. But Keith, what are your thoughts about the winning entrance and actually all of our honorable mentions that we've shown tonight? Pretty epic, isn't it?
I echo John's opinions. Just fantastic stuff. I feel that I had a benefit of seeing them twice, because Gretchen called me and she shared some of this stuff with me the night before. And on Jamie's piece where she sang the song, I actually turned off the sound because I realized I could sing harmony with her, which she mentions in her thing that she can't sing two parts at once. So I said to Gretchen, we've got to get in touch with her, because I think I want to do a collab with her. But the whole thing of it is, and everybody touched on, is sort of the art element. We have to understand that when, astronomy and the study was kind of at its beginning, it was normal in a classical education that you didn't just study astronomy. You studied rhetoric, you studied science, you studied biology, you studied music, you studied drawing and painting. You studied all the known sciences of that time. You understood everything that was known to the world at that time, and art and astronomy were part and parcel of that education. I would love to see a world where we go back where we aren't so narrow-minded that we don't know what the person in the room next to us is doing, where everybody gets together and collaborates. And we see that here, I think, in this competition.
Yeah, we do. Milton, I know you've been watching eagerly there. What's your view and opinion of the winning entrants? Do you reckon they were worthy?
Very, very worthy. And, I think I put it on chat. This is what star parties are all about, sharing and all these ideas around the same topic. Everyone is a winner, really. I am glad I was not part of a jury because I would have had a difficult time judging. But it was very inspiring.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly the problem that we had, and that's why John, Christina, Anna, Gretchen, we decided that all of the entrants were of such a high quality, and it was about everybody needing to be rewarded for the immense amount of work that very obviously they all put into it. So it's absolutely brilliant. So Carol's saying. Sorry, Carol's saying Slooh set the bar high. This is one of the best star parties ever. So that's encouraging to hear. Now, folks, what would we like to talk about for the last 10 minutes while we see the total phase of this lunar eclipse coming to an end? We can just see that bright region starting. John, maybe tell us why that's happening.
Well, we've passed through the closest to the center of the Earth's umbral shadow, and so we're starting to see the moon come out of the umbra, and what was once getting dark is now getting lighter again.
Yeah, and we can see that graduation across the entire surface of the moon there, where you've got that right hand edge, which is further into that umbral shadow, a lot darker. So it's going to be fascinating to see how this progresses on. I still see, actually, when I see an image like this, there was a lovely kind of cartoon almost that a school kid drew over one of their images of the moon. And we see all of, Keith can comment on this because I know you know quite a lot about this, but when we see images and shapes and things, and a lot of people see the bunny rabbit and there's the old lady at the moon and stuff like that, but this particular kid just turned around and said it's obviously a Tyrannosaurus Rex heading a soccer ball. And once I saw their sketch of that, that's the only way I ever see the moon now, with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Well, Keith, there's some others like that, aren't there? What do people see in the moon?
We talk about the clair obscura features is the fancy term for that. These things that we see on the moon because of the play of light and shadow. One of my favorites, and I'm glad Carol's here, is the little man, which we don't see him here, but we'll see him just before and after first quarter. He's a great feature. Again, one of those things that once you see him, you can't unsee him. I don't remember the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and I've never really seen the man in the moon. But today I see red. We were looking for this peachy color. There's no question. We've got red. That's my takeaway from this. This is wonderful stuff.
John, what's your favorite thing to see in the moon?
So when I was teaching astronomy at UNLV, I had some Canadian students that would tell me that they see a hockey player in the moon, and there's a hockey stick which is hitting Mare Crisium, and that's the hockey puck that they're whacking with the hockey stick. But I always see the bunny. So
the bunny, the
Easter bunny holding like an egg. Yeah.
Okay, well, your little angel Celeste is probably going to do the bunny thing as well, isn't she? So, Milton, how about you? What's the object, or character that you see when you look at the moon?
Well, from my perspective, I see the fox that the goddess Moon, held against her dress, and of course stained all of it, and signaling the love story of the fox and the moon.
Okay. Now, listen, I mentioned it earlier, and I think I can now see that thing that I talked about near the beginning of the show. We're a couple of minutes away from the end of the total phase. I can see a very definite turquoisey color just at the 9 o'clock region. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, John, explain again, what this is caused by. It's all got to do with those light rays, being refracted through Earth's atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a phenomenon called Rayleigh scattering. And what it does is whenever light enters a media, like the atmosphere, it's going to preferentially deflect shorter wavelength light more than longer wavelength light. So all of the blues and the violets, they're going to be deflected one way, whereas the reds and the oranges are going to be rather kind of focused onto the moon. And so we can kind of see that splitting of the color. Kind
Yeah.
of like when you shine white light through a prism and it breaks it into different colors.
So it's the moon kind of passing through that. I have no idea how I can get to this age and have only read about that a couple of days ago. Keith, Milton, had you heard about this effect before?
Paul, so much of what we see with the moon is coming from amateurs. We're learning and discovering things, I think, all the time because people are at home. They have access not just to services like Slooh, but they have telescopes at home. They're looking at the moon every night that it's visible. I've never heard that, but again, there's so much stuff. I don't think there's really a limit to what we keep finding out about the moon by people just looking at it, like the X and V. But that, it started there. There's all kinds of light and shadow plays that we're still finding out today. So I think it's great. I definitely see it here. It's the first time I've ever heard about it. But again, we hear so much from you. I think it's just another tool in our bag.
Oh, can't take credit for that. Read it
This
on
is
our
the
website.
first time for me.
It is, Milton. Okay. So, Keith, it's interesting you were talking about, amateurs' contributions and what they see. So for decades, visual amateur astronomers peering through the eyepiece of a telescope at the moon, reported seeing flashes on the moon. And all of those were generally dismissed as people just seeing things. But then the advent of webcams, amateurs started adapting those and sticking those on the back of their telescopes. And video doesn't lie. One of the first amateurs captured one of these flashes, and it turned out to be a small asteroid or object hitting the surface of the moon and exploding. And it was only after, actually, it was still kind of being dismissed by the professional community for quite a long time. But then, as more and more of these events were actually captured by amateurs, that's got everybody's attention. And now NASA actually has full-time, permanent lunar monitoring of these impact events. And John, we've seen a number. I mean, you pointed out some of the craters, and in geological terms, they're quite young. In our terms, they're very old. But the moon is still being impacted by space stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They say that space is empty, but really there's a lot of stuff still
There's
flying
a lot of
around
stuff.
there.
Yeah.
Anytime you see a crater like the ones that I pointed out earlier, Tycho, Copernicus, Kepler, you see those rays, that kind of tells you that the crater is relatively young, it could be less than 1 million years old. And that also kind of says, well, wait, if a crater doesn't have one of those rays around it, then that must be a pretty old crater.
Yeah. But can you imagine witnessing something like that? I mean,
So
it would have been, such an extraordinary event. It would have been so bright.
Yeah, it really would have been. It would have been so cool to see. In fact, in our cratered neighbor quest, we have an animation showing lunar surface and showing an impact crater coming in and hitting it. It's a real combination of data. So yeah, I mean, there's still craters forming on the
And
moon.
and with next to no atmosphere on the moon, the amount of ejecta, we see it from those craters with the huge rays coming out of those craters. It must have looked really dusty. And I wonder if, there were plumes visible coming off it. I've never kind of really thought about that before, but it must have affected the view of the moon. Just like we see dust storms on Mars and it totally obscures, all of the features. I wonder how much material actually, because not much gravity up there, so a lot of material presumably was able to escape the moon's gravity.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to have been, there must have been plumes of material flying
Yeah.
up, and especially in the early lunar history when there were even much bigger asteroids coming in and smashing down to create the Maria, for example, there must have been debris flying off of the moon and then gravity pulling that debris back down to make even more craters, and it's really fun to think about.
We still don't know very much, really, do we, about our nearest neighbor? It seems absurd to me that, we know quite a lot. We certainly know a lot more than we did 100 years ago, but there's still a lot of discoveries to be made there, aren't there?
Oh yes,
We
definitely.
just
Oh,
took a
oh,
little scoop of moon material, and the rest is unexplored. So
yeah. I was
that's
I
all
was
we
about to
can do.
say we've hardly scratched the surface, and that's quite literal, isn't it? We've made a few footprints, just as we heard in some of our Lunar Legends entrance, made a few scratches on the moon, but that's about it. Yeah. What are your thoughts, Keith? What are your thoughts about lunar habitation? Is that something that is on the cards? As I said earlier, I really thought I was drawing moon bases when I was a kid, and I was kind of thinking that was going to be 2010, 2020, something like that.
That's obviously where we're headed. With the decommissioning of the ISS, that is the next step, moving towards having some time. Of course, we talk about this all the time. Milton and I, especially, radiation is the issue. So these
Mm,
habitations may very well be in lunar caves or dug underground, because that's really what you
Lava
need to
tubes.
protect yourself from the radiation that's there. And of
yeah.
course, that's the problem with the Mars. Not just once you get there, the problem is getting there. Do
Yeah.
you have the protection for the radiation? Don't forget, if you're in the ISS, you could be exposed to a powerful CME, and that's the end of your career because they do have limits on the amount of radiation
Yeah.
that you can absorb. So going back to the lunar habitations, there's a lot to work out. The logistics of getting the stuff there is huge. Again, the ISS was built with the space shuttle. We don't have that when you get to the moon. So you're going to have to build or dig or something. A lot of logistical work to get out of the
There
way
were
first. Certainly not in your lifetime.
oh, thanks. Um, there were some there were some
Sorry,
in,
sorry to break it to you. Hey, I hate to tell you, but I don't think that's going to happen.
but there were some wonderful photos, weren't there, from I think it was the Lunar Reconnaissance, one of those missions, of the collapsed lava tubes. And as
Hmm.
soon as scientists saw that, they thought, wow, we haven't got to dig to get underground
Yeah.
and protect ourselves from that. And they're wonderful photos because it is literally just a gaping hole in the moon's surface of an empty lava tube. So, talking about lava, John, why was there lava on the moon?
Well, if we think back to our Lunar Legend submission, where that I think his name is Emerson was
Yeah.
smashing together Theia and Earth. The after that collision, there's a lot of debris around Earth, and Earth actually had a ring like Saturn at that time. It did coalesce into creating the moon. But the moon was basically molten at first, because everything was just so hot. And the moon basically cooled from the outside in. And so you could think of the cooled off crust of the moon as, being cool, but right underneath the surface was all of this magma. And there's still a lot of things flying around in the early solar system at that time, and big asteroids came in and they hit where the Maria are now, and it basically cracked the moon open like an egg, and all of this magma came up to the surface and cooled and became the dark Maria that we see there today. So there was lava on the moon. And there's
Yeah.
actually these features that you can see in Slooh's telescopes. They're called reels. And they're
Yes.
basically like channels where there were basically rivers of lava on the moon carving out these like channels basically. And you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
see them.
Yeah. Yeah, especially, and, we often talk about, a full moon, and a lot of people think, oh, the full moon is best time to observe the moon. But Keith, it's not, is it? It's not the best time to capture the moon and see features.
Yeah, it depends what you're looking for. I'm one of the few people I think that happen to love the full moon because we get to see the Mare. We get to see these very, very bright craters like Aristarchus. But if you're into the interplay of light and shadow, then you want to look at the phases of the moon where you can ride the Terminator and see some of those things. And to see the brightness of the moon turn down a little bit, to see certain things like some of the reels that Dr. John's talking about. We've seen this on Slooh star parties where certain features of the moon will be visible for like an hour and then they're gone.
Yeah.
Gretchen did a beautiful feed of Lacus Mortis, which is the Lake of Death, where we watched it come into view. It was visible, and then pretty much you couldn't see it at all. And if you wanted to do this years ago, you had a multi-volume book of moon phases and days of lunation and when you would see this. And they would give you the day. They wouldn't give you the hour. So, a lot of this stuff, again, people are watching for the first time and recording it with these webcams or their phone or equipment like we have on Slooh. So we're seeing a lot of this stuff as it unfolds in real time. So, yeah, I like the full moon, but you're right. We don't get to see a lot of these other things as they unfold with this interplay of light and shadow.
Yeah. Everybody, it's time to wind up. I think this hosted part. We've still got the live feeds, going to continue through all the way to the end of the eclipse. So you can carry on snapping images or watching the live feed with a bit of music that we've got. But I'll just do the rounds. Milton, have you got any final words for us for this star party?
Well, this has been really great. Star party to remember, basically because of all the contributions we heard, the music, the poetry, the images were absolutely great. So it was an honor to be here and to share a little bit of culture with everybody. And of course, the invitation to continue watching Keith's and my presentations. We are going to the very basics of the universe, the solar system, but I'm sure we are both enjoying sharing. And I'll wait for you in the next class.
Thank you, Milton. Keith, over to you. Any final words?
Yeah, along with Milton, watch the space classes. One of the things that I've been doing is trying to highlight some of the features that we don't talk about a lot on Slooh, so you can get some tidbits of some of the finer points. And one of the benefits I think that we see with Slooh is we don't realize that the moon is very high in the sky right now. So if you go outside and look at this, it's one of the it hurts your neck. So I'm gonna have a stiff neck tomorrow. And of course, all the great contributions. Wow, the lunar submissions were just fantastic. Just one of the great things that the students, our community, was just a blast to watch.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you, Keith, for sharing your enormous encyclopedic knowledge. I wish I had a memory like yours. Dr. John Bovair, thank you very much for joining us. Any final thoughts on this?
I just want to thank everybody for coming in and enjoying watching the eclipse together. It's like we have one big astronomical family across the globe. And I love hearing everybody's reactions to the lunar legends, the winners, the honorable mentions, all the other submissions. Definitely check out the space classes that Keith and Milton are doing. Make
Yeah.
sure you take your images that you snapped tonight and start that worm moon total lunar eclipse quest 2025. And if you haven't done so already, check out our all new satellite page and take some
Yeah.
pictures of our beautiful home planet and do the Satellite Explorer quest.
Yeah, we've already had some notice. I think somebody was saying it in chat earlier that they've started that quest. Absolutely, I think the expression was really cool, John. So you've nailed that one. But frankly, the Earth science and satellite feeds are very, very exciting. We've got coming up as well, sometime probably this month. The live feeds coming in from the International Space Station are going to be added to that as well. But anyway, thank you all very much. It's time to end the hosted star party, but our live feeds will be running until the end of the eclipse. So members can carry on capturing images to use in John's special eclipse quest until the very end. I'd like to thank our special guests, Anna Palucci, Dr. John Bovair, SLU educators, Keith and Milton, Misha, of course, and some of our entrants and winners of the Lunar Legends contest. We really enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed it too. It really brought this event to life. I'd also like to thank our wonderful SLU members who provided these astonishing live feeds tonight of the blood moon lunar eclipse. We've got Stephen Amar, we've got John Larson, Sonali and Gretchen. Thank you very much. And Gretchen is staying up even later because she's going to be keeping her feed going right until the end so you can carry on snapping images. And if you've been inspired by the submissions to the Lunar Legends contest, don't forget our Gravity Awards competition is still running. All students have to do is share an observation or a quest posted with the SLU community, and entries will automatically be shortlisted based on the number of likes and interaction from other members. So that's really cool. We've got some great candidates for winners already on that. Stay watching to see the fabulous interview, by the way, with SLU's newest member of staff, Christina Gatto, who did a huge amount of work on the Lunar Legends competition. We're going to be playing that now so you can listen to her. But that's it for now. Until next time, clear skies, everyone. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Take care.
Who are you and what's your background?
My name is Christina Gatto. I'm 23. I just graduated from Siena College with a degree in astrophysics with minors in mathematics and data science. And I just started working for SLU back in January as the marketing and sales associate, and I'm loving it so far.
That's awesome. So tell us a little bit more about your background. Like, where are you from?
So
what did you do before college?
I'm from New Jersey. I went to an all-girls private Catholic high school, and I, for fun, like to do photography. I like to do rock climbing. I swam competitively, and I did cheerleading and track in high school.
Nice. So what was your journey into studying astrophysics like?
So it actually wasn't the easiest. When I was in high school, I was very heavily discouraged against pursuing STEM and astrophysics. So getting into the field wasn't the easiest, but thankfully my department at Siena, the physics and astronomy professors were so wonderful, and they kind of just reeled me back in as soon as they caught wind that I was interested in astronomy, and I'm so grateful for that. So after getting into college, it was a lot easier, and the opportunities just started flowing once I was in the physics and astronomy department. And because of all the support I got from like my professors, I decided to give back as much as I can.
That's great.
Which is, it was wonderful.
That's awesome. Have you done any research before in astrophysics?
I did. I started doing research in my freshman year. I did some very basic galaxy research, just categorizing stuff, and then that led me to doing 2 RU programs, one of which I did at the University of Florida, where I studied exoplanets, and I also did another exoplanets project at Siena with one of my professors, and then the summer after that, I did another RU at the University of Texas at Austin, where I did a completely different like cosmology project where I was looking for deep sky objects that hadn't been discovered yet in a large sky survey, and I actually found a black hole, which sounds a lot more, yeah, it sounds a lot more exciting than it actually was, but it was a very exciting feat for me that summer.
Wow, a black hole, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So then what got you into astronomy outreach?
So going back to like my department just giving so much to me, I wanted to give back to them, and because I actually was the first astrophysics major at my college,
Wow.
I noticed that we didn't have a designated astronomy club, and I was on a mission to change that. So I took it upon myself to fill out all the paperwork, gather support, and just kind of petition the school to make a new club. And to my surprise, it was a raging success. So creating the astronomy club kind of started my love for outreach. And from there, after graduating college, I had so much fun with it in college. And then after graduating, I knew that just wasn't the end of my journey, and I knew I wanted to do so much more. So outreach has become a large part of my life. And I started doing a lot of outreach online after graduating, and I gathered a ton of people into like this Discord server I created where I can share resources and do like mentorship stuff.
Wow, how many people are in your Discord server?
Currently, I have almost 2,300,
Wow.
which is crazy because I only started it back in September.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
So how did you start your own major at your school, and how was that for you?
I actually didn't personally like make or start the major, but they just so happened to be in the works of like finalizing creating the major. And because I was that like annoying freshman that was very eager about astronomy, my professors gave me like the first opportunity to switch to
That's
it.
so cool. So you were the first astrophysics major technically?
I was, yeah,
That's
first
amazing.
astrophysics major ever at Siena College, and it was awesome. And I was very proud. Still am very proud.
That's awesome. Is there anything else you want to tell us about your astronomers Discord server?
Yeah, I again started it only 6 months ago. It's grown exponentially, thankfully. From TikTok and Instagram, I've gained a large following and support for that.
Where can we find it?
I can share the link,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's been phenomenal because I have a whole team of admins who are doing all different areas of research in astrophysics and astronomy and medicine and physics, and everyone kind of has their own niche. So we have people helping like other people and sharing resources and mentoring, and it's just a beautiful little community that we've created.
That's amazing. So how did you get involved with Blooh?
Funny story, actually. So I met Blooh I found out about Blooh at AAS about 2 or 3 years ago now, and I was obsessed with it as soon as I found out about it. I thought it was the coolest thing, like everyone needs to know about this. And then when I went to AAS again back in January of this year, I met Anna once again, and we got to talking, and they happened to need someone, and I happened to be looking for a job with the same qualifications. And it just clicked and everything fell into place. So I'm very, very happy.
That's awesome. And what are your career goals more generally?
Yeah, I definitely would like to get a PhD at some point in the future, either in astronomy or astrophysics. I really, really like cosmology. So if I can go into research with that, that would be probably my research area of choice. And then working either for like NASA or some other large like telescope or research lab where I can work with large-scale astrophysical data, that would be my end goal. But I'm not too particular about where I go or end up.
Nice. What is your favorite night sky object?
My favorite question. Yeah. I would definitely have to say the Orion Nebula, because it's one of the few objects that you can see like in full color through, well, at least my campus telescope. And it was just seeing it with my eyes was the coolest thing ever. And I remember imaging it with just my iPhone, and like you can see like the pinks and the purples and the blues like around all the stars of just like the nebula itself, and it was gorgeous. And I also really like the constellation, so Orion Nebula's up there. Also the Big Dipper is very cool. because
Really?
you can always point it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Big fan of the Big Dipper.
Love that. Do you have any advice to students watching who might want to follow a career path in the ever-expanding space economy?
Is that what I wrote?
Yes. That's what I meant. Did you mean space? What did you mean?
Industry? Maybe.
Industry,
I
okay.
definitely meant industry.
No, that makes sense. Okay.
That's so funny. Yes, never give up on your dreams. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you can't do something or discourage you from what you want to do, because that's what almost happened to me, and I almost listened to it, but having positive mentorship from my professors really pulled me out of that like pit of discouragement. So absolutely, like, follow your dreams and try to find good mentors, because they are life-changing, and I didn't realize the power of having a good mentor or multiple. They can open up doors and just change your life in ways that you had no idea.
That's so true. Awesome. And what's your favorite thing about working for Blooh?
Honestly, I really like having access to Blooh, because I get to do my 5 little objects and observations every single day. I log on and I choose 5 different like nebulas or galaxies, and I have my whole collection of pictures, and it's just my favorite like part of my morning routine, honestly. Like, I make my breakfast, I log on, I put all my objects in the mission queue, and that's it. Also, I really love the team. Everyone on Blooh is so wonderful, and like, I've only been working for going on 3 months now, but I've had such a good experience, and I love the whole team. So yeah.
Go Blooh.
Woohoo.
Thank you.